They acknowledge in time this was the wrong fight to take. They overextended. That's fine. You correct immediately. Yes, you waste a long BKB. Still pretty bad for you. But at least you didn't lose to the Ursa and the company. So that's not the worst. Here the Void Spirit will also struggle. Sexy Fat. Looking for the skill. Rolling Boulder. And that's Cat also losing his life. That's a much more valuable kill here for Bait, as you take an off-laner away, and maybe you can turn this into objectives. Last two fights by Bait were taken without them having any ultimates, because they just killed DP super early. If you can just protect DP, maybe this can work out. She's going for like a bit of a North American DP with the Blink Riders. He's like a more aggressive, tanky DP. Nice silence, not in time for the enrage, unfortunately. That was an immediate enrage. They lose the Grimstroke. But Dendy still wants to fight it. They don't even commit the Exo, and they know they can control Borturacho. He's just going to lose his life. Rabel with a Ghost Ship has still been ruptured. Can he still run to the high ground? Seems like he will be able to with a BKB, just tanking all this damage. He's holding his ground. Rabel hoping to kill the Puck, and he will accomplish it. Sexy Fat is down for the count as Rabel will tank all of that rupture damage. Finally, though, finished off by the Bloodseeker. That was impressive, though. He shouldn't have lasted that long. At least he gives a kill to Naive, though. Naive is very close to Sanjin Yasha. That will help him a bit, tanking the Ursa. We're gonna get the BKB maybe for TSA as the next item. SNY finally completed. I was surprised. The DP is making a bigger impact than the Konka right now, which is what's kind of the deciding factor in these fights. I also feel like the Puck has been really solid compared to poor Cat, who's been cancelled this game. He didn't really have a chance to really play, honestly. I feel like he's been the Space Grader so hard. Space grading so hard that it's just been useless, right? Because he hasn't been able to get the farm. Ooh, Basher though on Duracho. Okay, the fact that he can just go straight Bastion, now the core-to-core between you is difficult. It's all about the kiting. You know he didn't go Blink, you have to punish that with kiting. We're buying on Dendy. Does he have a BKB? He should. Oh no, he's not getting time. And that's Dendy losing his life to the Ghost Ship. They also take down Sexy Fat, where it seems like Rupture, double Rupture actually with Coldbind. I don't know if you fight this going with double Rupture. You don't have your big DP. You can't even beat Cat. Ursa's just running around. At least you can maybe kill Rabel, and it seems like you're just taking advantage of the thirst to murder Rabel. In fact, you're actually going to win this team fight. Now fighting head-on against the Ursa. No enrage available, but he's not the Basher. Is the damage sufficient? Nope. The 4-step will save the Puck, and they'll manage to finish off the Ursa. Surprisingly, you can win without DP completely. Like, Exo wasn't even used at all. You know, they didn't even use that many spells on DP. They just murdered her early. And you still thought that with Bloodseeker you were strong enough. That SNY making a difference here. As we can see, BKB is so impactful on Bloodseeker, it can't be caught. And he's now kiting the Ursa effectively. Taking advantage of the fact that Ursa does need a Blink Dagger to not be kited. Bloodseeker does not care. As Bait, honestly, I thought they would have a much smaller window opportunity with the Bloodseeker, but it's looking much stronger than I would expect this. Naive has been playing a really solid game. This is when it comes down to literally outplaying the opponent in execution. You know, he's been playing these team fights really solidly. And the lack of catch as well on Windstrike. It's getting to the point that if you look at the lineup on Windstrike and you are not good against Lycan, you're not good against Bloodseeker either, because he's playing the same way, right? You don't have a Monkey King or any sort of zone out really to like really zone out the Bloodseeker and make him so he can't play in a certain area. Yes, the Ghost Ship and Torrent are good if you can catch him with X, of course, but BKB makes that impossible. Brother against brother action in the top lane with silence as well to boot. No, Dendy decides why silence. Why silence, boys? Matter to crit swarm. Cat did have the Yule Setter, but you can at least force that out. I think Dendy was just thinking, if I silence here, he's gonna dispel. But if I don't silence, he might Yule Setter thinking that he can save him. I don't know. That was weird. Just force out the Yules, dude, so you have more time to just catch up to him. That was the right play. Yeah. There you go. It's okay. And he's a pacifist, boys. He just doesn't like killing people. It's mean. He's a friend of a friend. Now, is there... I'm assuming that it's just a matter of time before the Ursa... Oh, okay, he's really not committing to that blink, huh? He really wants the Abyssal. You're gonna get kited endlessly. I think you're thinking that they're just gonna stop your blink every single time. There's a lot of ways of canceling it. But I feel like the Righteous lack of mobility. If you don't go for blink, I wouldn't mind S and Y or something like that, which is also fine for Nerf. Something that gets speed. Right now, you're struggling. Those BKBs punish TSA's initiation. Ghost has already been used. If you can win without Dendi, I'm sure you can win without TSA, right? Nope. Okay, guys, here we found out. The 4 is better than Dendi. Dendi does not matter for this game. TSA matters a lot. No. Obviously, the reason why they didn't go there is because you're up against the enemy high ground. Even if they wasted Ghost Ship and BKBs, you know the enemy high ground is scary, so you might as well not go. There's nothing to gain from that fight, and you might as well just retreat. They just lost a huge chunk, so I think it's a big deal. Maybe they can take Roshan in time. With the Ursa shouldn't be too difficult. Puck walks in, but immediate Hex. And Puck, they lost track of him for a second. Bloodseeker as well. And they activate the BKB, not needed because he's just going to destroy the Ursa immediately. 3 hits. Wow. Naive is dealing a bunch of damage now. Ursa can no longer withstand this. That Basher really makes a difference. The DP as well helping out in the middle lane. Oh, look at Sexy Fat. He wanted more kills and he found one in the Void Spirit who saw the Yule Scepter. But that was the Puck's Yule Scepter actually used first. As he tried to silence him up, we saw the Waning Rift. No need. Stroke of Fate will sentence him to death. As with the Exto and the Bloodseeker, that Roshan will fall relatively easily. And now, really nice build up here. Gonna go for Butterfly Bloodseeker, more movement speed, but also the evasion, forcing the Ursa to go for maybe an MKB. Naive is styling over the Ursa, dude. Now this is the difference that you expect in Bloodseeker Ursa matchups, where the Ursa just struggles to catch up to Bloodseeker, constantly being kited around on your enrage timing and stuff, and the farming on Bloodseeker is better. But genuinely, I was expecting that at least in the mid-game peak, when you get the BKB, I was expecting a Blink too, you'll be able to jump the Bloodseeker a lot. But one of the issues that I think Windstrike is facing is you just don't have Initiate. Kunkka is just not that good at initiating because you set up the X, you know, you play your base, and you're like, doon, 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 and the whole bait is no. It's like they hear the base and like, okay, they're initiating upon us. You're never going to catch them with their pants down because they all know the doon, doon, doon is coming in, you're going to murder someone. Void Spirit is the best initiator you kind of have, but he's just not as solid as a Puck in terms of team fight, right? And I guess Lion, you can honestly consider Lion your best initiation when you want to surprise someone. But they've been using Lion for the DP, and then the Bloodseeker is getting out of control. And Naive is just a standing, guys, for now. We don't know what happened. No, what is DP going for? Where's that Vitality booster for? New Dendi build, casual Vitality booster. I love this build, though. This is like North American DP build of like, I'm gonna be the Vanguard, you know, I'm gonna put my body in front, and I'm gonna let my Bloodseeker just find form. And this DP is interesting because the way that at least in NA was played, and I'm mentioning the NA because Gunnar was the first person to really do this consistently and competitive. And the idea behind this DP is that you farm a bunch in your free time, right? You have a pretty good farming counter on DP. You take towers as well, so you already have nice net worth. And in team fights, your role is just to tank the damage so that your carry can survive. And even if you die, it doesn't really matter because you're such a huge threat if they don't kill you that they just need to go for you first. And then your carry can usually sweep and clean the rest of the kills. The thing is, usually when you get these kills, it's not as immediately, like the DP usually lasts longer than this build, right? Against an Ursa, it's a bit more difficult to run this build. And I'm surprised by how much impact the Bloodseeker has had despite Dendi doing nothing. Like, yeah, Dendi should have drawn aggro, but when you just die immediately to the enemy team, you're not accomplishing anything, you just die.
Radiant's middle tower.
Auto has been stuck with a drink bowl, but Yaldar support bottom, so it's equivalent. That last boulder smash actually might have just saved the Caudle. Glimmer Cape. Sexy Fat gets the last hit, and that will guarantee the kill. So that's just support for support, not that big a deal. As long as Bloodseeker keeps farming, that's fine. You already got the Abyssal. Maybe the Abyssal on Ursa fixes things. Maybe. It's like your blink without needing a blink.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Up for the tower in the mid lane. Should be an easy objective for Pate.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
The enemy team is just not even looking to fight. They know they need to just play around these. They just need to play around the Ursa. I also find that Kunkka has been a bit cancelled. His choice to go for the utility build maybe was not the right one. Now he's starting to itemize more like a core, like a pseudo carry. Kunkka's in a very awkward spot this game because you don't really have much utility once the BKBs come out. So the BKB build was nice if you could create a lot of space early, but Kunkka's is a bit limited in that sense. That's why Kunkka's not played as much as, say, Puck or Void Spirit or Ember. Like, he's not that fast. And his itemization's okay, it's just not that very impactful. So we can see the difference between Dendi's impact and Kunkka's. He has a lot of net worth, which is great, but if you're not using it for anything, who cares? I think that he has the Aeon Disc, right? I know he was building it earlier. I think that was the Vitality boost it was for. Let me just click on Dendi for a second.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't do that. Let's look on Dendi the game. Excellent. I'm gonna see if it can push this tower. We'll see if the Aeon Disc triggers or not. Little blind used. And the Exorcism doing a fair amount of damage. You also need to protect against the Simulate Burst. Eliminates still annoying you. There's the Aeon Disc. Okay, I was correct. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's the Aeon Disc. Good idea. Again, part of the Gunner build. Usually you would go for Shivas now. That's the build. I think Shivas is pretty solid here on the DP. Particularly against an Ursa and Kunkka. It's just really good. I like the Shivas a lot. Now, Windstrike, this smoke is a bit of a desperate smoke because you don't really have map control and the lanes are not pushed. So it is just kind of the... I'm hoping the enemy team will not notice us, or I'm hoping the team will make a mistake and we can punish them here. This is like... Yeah, it is a very desperate smoke. It's a kind of smoke that you do when you're losing and you don't really know what to do to get back into the game. The enemy team just lost Aegis, so it was a good timing in terms of the smoke, right? It was the right choice to smoke at that time, but it was very difficult to accomplish. Like, there was no security in that smoke, unfortunately. Now they show themselves mid, you can still hold the high ground. And there's always the choice that you have when you're a losing team, right? When you smoke, usually if you wanna force a 5-on-5 engagement, you wanna hold the high ground, right? So when you're winning, or when you're at least tied, you can at least hold the high ground, wait there for a while, and wait for the enemy team to make a mistake, and just go to the high ground and you punish them. But when you're losing, because you need to get the kills, the enemy team doesn't care, they're looking for objectives, making this hold in the high ground is also a very defensive way to play, and it's not, I wouldn't say a mistake, it's not necessarily a mistake, it's just a risky play, right? You're trying to secure a team fight, because you know if you get out of this high ground, you're probably going to lose the team fight. But at the same time, by securing this team fight and playing so safely, you're losing the advantage that the smoke would give you. It's a very tough catch-22 situation. How far is the Bloodseeker on this butterfly, by the way, since we're having this pause? And Scrimstruck. How far is Dark Green? That was confusing. I can understand that. Death Prophet is also Dark Green. No, I mean the one next to Death Prophet. The Bloodseeker. The man who goes around, runs around, he likes people licking people's blood. Like he's like a vampire, but like a weird religious vampire.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That thing that's running around the screen. No. No, it's okay. We'll find out later how far the butterfly is going. Because if he has butterfly for this engagement, it's going to be a bit of a tough cookie for Earth, or the Earth to crack it. Can't see if he has evasion or not. Kind of hard to tell, to be honest. I don't think he has evasion. But must not have the butterfly yet. Exorcism used by Dendi. We take a tower up top. Foreign. Okay, Foreign catches 2. Did this happen for the ghost shit? I'm not sure. Using the Solar Bind well, though. I like the Solar Bind and how they're using it, because they're using it mainly to burst on the DP. I know Dendi's going for the Hex instead of the Shivas. Okay. This build is better for the late game, I'd say, especially when you don't go for the Shivas early. I feel like Hex is better because it's just more consistent. I'd be hard-pressed to find a game where I don't want a Hex late game, right? On anyone, really. Like, besides some carries. And if you ask Eternal Envy, even he was building on carries. He used to build, like, Hex on Flinks. He used to build second item Hex on Naga, I remember back in the day. Sexy Fat avoids this. Still his Dual Scepter. Oh no. TSA, what are you doing? He's in the middle of his team fight and loses his life immediately. Primco with Ags though. Can he turn this around? No BKB used just yet on Naive. They're considering. Haven't even committed the Exo here. I don't know if you really want to fight this. This is a really awkward fight for bait here. They've killed Yamage, but that's it. Now with the Abyssal Blade, at least top Shisha Cat, but he can just get away. They've controlled the Ursa nicely. Pantomime will be the second one to die. Sexy Fat is just waiting for the Ursa in the back. Duracho apparently has been controlled too much. He's a mega kited. And without any ultimates, no ultimates, they actually managed to get a win here on bait. I mean, they used Rupture, fair. They had Rupture. And the beginning, the Dream Goal. No Exo, though. No exo whatsoever. The initiation by Earthspray was really bad, and it still worked out for them. And now the Bloodseeker, I think that was a blink tag that we just saw, that almost cancels Sister Cat. They see him with a Blood Right, so they can cancel his TP with a Yo Scepter, and that will be 3 kills going the way of Bait. That was insane. I was not expecting them to win that team fight at all. Second team fight they win with 1 man down, a big source of initiation down, enemy team fully prepared, right? They had all their items, BKBs, everything ready, and you had a Rupture and a Drink Coil, and that worked out for you. He didn't go for a Blink Dagger, okay. As opposed to the Butterfly. I like this actually. Swift Blink on Bloodseeker, something that's just really well with the hero, so no problem there. E-Blade on Grimstroke. We saw the Earthspray was also going for his own E-Blade, so maybe we'll have that soon. Okay, Ursa, your game is starting to become really different.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I honestly question why the Ursa has not at any point decided to go for the Blink. I feel like Blink would have been such an easy choice here. For at least, I mean, now it's too late. Now it's easy to cancel. I don't know, the Basher before Blink, and even the Abyssal before Blink, I think that was too much. This BKB is not good enough against this team. They have way too many ways to fight you with BKB and without it. They don't really care about it. Oh, Dandy didn't want to trigger the A on this, but he did.
Top barracks are under attack.
He wanted to use the Yule Scepter, not with the A on this before. Maybe Torrent Storm is a good idea for the Kunkka. And go for the Ags on Kunkka would be a good idea, actually. Just so you can at least, prevent the enemy team from fighting you so easily in the area. Nice 4-star from the Puck, take TSA, Rolling Boulder, still gonna be able to get away. He set up 2 remnants there. He has a shard, by the way, on the Earthspray. No surprise, one of the most OP shards in the game. So he just lays down remnants everywhere. He saw he was being pushed back, he just Rolling Boulders himself into the shard again. Yeah, he's going for Daedalus, so Rabel is like, I need to be the carry, I need to be a secondary carry. Okay. I don't know if it's a bit too late to transition, though. Ags on the Roshan. Honestly, you get it. I would say you get it to the DP in this game. Right? You already have one on the Puck. Maybe Grimstroke? The illusions are just so trash game from first and so you don't really remember the illusion. Drop the gem. Nobody wants to carry the gem, so they just drop it in the beginning of the Roshan, right? So if anyone's invisible and trying to go into Roshan, you'll find them. Next level play, dude. Now with the Roshan falling, who's gonna take the axe? Is it really DP? I think it's really deserved, honestly. Like, this is not the Ags that you give to DP because the best Ags in the game, because maybe Rupture would be a nice Ags. You give it to DP because she deserves it. You know, she's played a really awesome game. You get the Ags as reward, dude. Good job, Danny. You deserve to be a hero this game. Honestly, I think the DP has been awesome in the team fight. Obviously, still the MVP is naive because his Bloodseeker has been insane, but that's to nobody's surprise. I wonder if that's going to be literally Blink into Butterfly and then Swift Blink, or if he's actually going to commit just to the Swift Blink first. Because I feel like at this point, if you already bought the Blink Dagger, you might as well just fight Swift Blink. Your Admiral is on board. Yeah, it's quite expensive, though. I think it's the most expensive item in the game. Or all of the Blinks are the most expensive item. Oh, no, sorry. It's Wind Waker. Or Windwalker. Whatever. It depends if you're a Zelda fan or not, but it's that. that super Yule Scepter is the most expensive item in the game currently. Blinks being a close second.
Me, I know how to handle such power.
Okay, sure, DP. Whatever floats your boat. What talent's gonna go for level 25? Both are super good on DP, honestly. I think this game, maybe the extra ghosts are a bit better because you need more damage rather than kite ability. I don't think you're struggling to kite the Ursa this game particularly. There's the Hex as well. His atomization has been on point. Every single item I think has been on the right timing. There's the Butterfly and the Bloodseeker finally. So now Ursa needs MKV. Not a bad item on Ursa, but can you farm it?
Perfect location.
You might even be forced to go for Rapier right now if you need to cancel evasion. Like, there's not much more to it. As an Ursa, I don't think you can even afford to go MKV at this point in the game, to be honest. You need to win the game. Rapier might be a necessity. Rapier's pretty good on Ursa. Oh, we're thinking of Rapier on Kunkka. Okay. Also good on Kunkka, obviously. Dendi. I think that's Exorcism, not it? She was just shitting ghosts for a second. She did go for the extra gold. And the Hex onto the Void Spirit Warren. Well, that's a nice counter initiation. I'll activate the BKBs. Gustave on this though to save Dendi. And we can still heal back up on the Bloodseeker. Did we activate the BKB yet? No, he just wants to loot the H first. Okay. Ursa doing a bunch of damage. Actually murdered Dendi and the Bloodseeker. With a Hex, they set up for this kill. Now the Ursa's finally online. Actually deals enough damage. He's gonna destroy these two heroes. The BKBs never came out. Did he drop it? Duster might also die here as a result. DOTA2LIVE still looking for these kills. Does DPM, do they still have BKB? Did it use it and I didn't see? Can we check? Was it in the inventory? What happened there? I was... the Hex just seemed like, oh my goodness, I forgot the Hex was a thing. I don't know. That was odd. That was very odd. They just kind of gave 2 freebies there. The torrent was awesome by Rabel, though. Granted. Great job, Rabel. But still, I was expecting that you're going to push high ground with that much, like if you're pushing high ground with that much confidence, I was expecting you to have a really good PKD. He did in the beginning. Oh, so he did it beforehand. Oh, okay, I see. He did it beforehand. They got caught by the torrent and just got punished. Okay. I guess that makes sense, yeah. You just had it on cooldown by the middle of that team fight. I think if your PKB's on cooldown, you just can't fight that, right? You don't want to lose your Aegis, you just need to leave. You're just dealing a humongous amount of damage.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
DOTA2LIVE will leave for now. We don't want to push this too hard.
Mirrors of my delight.
He is going for Swift Blink himself. Okay, so that team fight, that fight where he just destroyed the DP was actually without any extra items. He just did it with current items. Okay, wow. So that just burst of damage shows that then he maybe should have considered some sort of armor items right now because he is suffering a huge bouts of damage by the Ursa. And one thing I liked about the Ursa there is he actually piled on the Fury Swipes when the Aeon Disc was up. So that was a really interesting idea. Just use the Aeon Disc against him, right? Pretty good. Then he has 2 cycling. Still not going to work out. And DOTA2LIVE with a Swift Blink now gets the burst damage that we were waiting for the whole time. He actually does have a Blink Dagger now, which is fantastic. Swift Blink is great on Ursa as well, for some more reason as the Bloodseeker. Hex, though, onto the Ursa. They also silenced him, and they're going to burst him that too. Gets over initiates on whom right now? DOTA2LIVE is as much cannon fodder as the Bloodseeker. They have Hexes, they have 0 cast point stuns now, Silencer coming out. It's very difficult for you to defend against this, and whenever you're in the wrong position, they will punish you. So that was easy. Go for the Coddle as well. Oh, the Coddle is going to be silenced up and destroyed. I'll have the Ags as well, so he's going to be slowed down a lot. It's really difficult to run away with Coddle like that. It seems like that's the name of the game now. Now the Swift Blinks come into play, and now we have mobility on both sides, which I was hoping for Ursa doing this maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, but still. Now you actually, it's just about who initiates on whom. And the Aegis matters a lot, as long as you have some sort of save here. So maybe you need to consider things like Lotus Orbs on Puck. You need to prevent Abyssal Blades, for example. You need to consider Shivas on the DP, or maybe an AC on the DP, just to have armor in general. Something to help your team survive that initial onslaught. And whichever team is capable of surviving the initial onslaught, be it with save, be it with more tank ability, whatever it is the team that's going to win these fights. Because at this point, you're going to take turns just killing each other. Unless one team makes a mistake, of course. Which, you know, not incredible. Not crazy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
You might try to push the bottom tower. They don't want to force supply back here, of course. Oh, okay. You're going to try to force it, though, anyway, as they murder with the E-Blade. Poor Shishaka and Yamich will fall immediately. Bait. Doesn't give you any time to respond. And with a Force Staff, they also stop the Kunkka's initiation. Going and get him with the Illusory Orb. Destroy all the racks. I mean, you didn't force the buyback on the Ursa. Bait can just get away. Now, they reinitiate with the Hex, trying to find the Coddle. Can they kill him in time? E-Blade not enough damage. Oh, but the Boulder Smash will finish him off. That's nice. Phantom immediately buys back though there. As we already do have a Lotus Orb to save the Bloodseeker from this initiation. It seems like Bait knows the name of the game. They need save. They need things to make sure Bloodseeker can survive this. They immediately back out after activating the BKB and the Lotus Orb here. As the Lotus Orb on Grimstroke as well. These supports on Bait have been on point this whole game. Particularly TSA, but Duster as well. Those Tollbines are really, really good. I feel like for Windstrike, I mean, your supports are also less impactful, right? Particularly in the Coddle, where all you are is like help for your cores. But if your core's not doing enough, then you can't do much either. like now, I mean, the lead doesn't really matter for 22k, but because they have the multiple hexes here, it's much easier for them to initiate when you only have a single hex on bait, on Windstrike on the Lion. Maybe the build on Kunkka had committed to utility and he had gone for like AC and he had gone for Solar Crest. Maybe no, he did go for Solar Crest. Sorry, AC and maybe like what, Ags for Tornstorm. You would have a better chance at these initiations. But right now, it seems like even though it's whomever initiates on whom, it's much easier for bait to initiate because of the double hex, because of the little sword, etc., etc. Whereas in the E-Blades as well, a lot of save and combining these heroes. Whereas for Windstrike, you really only have insane amount of damage like Kunkka and Ursa deal. Of course, the evasion also helps a lot to mitigate both the Kunkkas and the... Well, not really Kunkkas. It's mostly about the Ursa damage. This is a good smoke though. You can't let this Roshan fall. You don't know when the Roshan's gonna come up, so you just have to. You have to pretend like it's the fastest Roshan possible, which would have spawned, I think, around now.
Are scanning.
Rapier on Kunkka. Oh, Dream Call doesn't catch Phantom them. They're too fast. I don't like Ninja do. No, he smoked himself there. Call, fighting a no triangle. I don't know about this one, Bait. Might be a bit too easy for you. Ursa just ran against the block. They did hex the Ursa. Can they finish him off? Oh, they just found out about the Rapier. And it just seems like Naive can no longer fight this. It's back to kiting. Let's see if they can do this though, as TSA might just die in the middle. Andy trying to kite the Ursa best he can, and Rage has already been activated. He's also been ruptured. Ursa can no longer fight this. Duracho's going to fall. The Kunkka lost the Rapier in the backlines. The kiting is too effective. They just cannot catch up to the enemy team. And even though the Cuddle picks it up, it's going to be GG. That Cuddle barely lasts. The Inkswell towards the end does at least guarantee the kill here. And actually, they managed to get the Rapier back, but it's on the Bloodseeker now, so no, it's impossible. Ursa can no longer fight the Bloodseeker head-on. He has way too much damage. Ursa's down for the count for 2 minutes. They tried their best at recovering the Rapier. It was the best idea here, but unfortunately it was not enough. And Rabel will be the final victim of this game before they call the GG. Windstrike will take Bait will take game number 2 with his GG called as they secure the 2-0 and eliminate Windstrike from the tournament. Very surprising performance from Bait, actually. I mean, yesterday they beat Brain 2-1, really impressive. Today they beat Windstrike 2-0. Granted, Windstrike has been having a rough time recently, but hey, that's impressive. That's very, very good for them. And with that 2-0, they guarantee their spot in the next round, where they'll be fighting against the loser of Viking GG and Hellbear Smashers, a matchup which we will be seeing a bit later on today. Overall, that game, I mean, it was just execution, honestly. You can blame the draft as much as you want. Maybe one of the things you can argue is that the Blink Dagger and Ursa should come much earlier. That was a big blunder by Duracho and ended up literally limiting their early game drafts, right? That Blink Dagger, I think, came around minute 35 to 40, which was really late for him. They were kiting him way too much. But in the end, it was really just kiting consistently from Bait that netted them the kill. Someone in the chat, I remember, was very confused as to why I thought they wouldn't win these team fights. They're like, once the BKBs are down, it's so easy to kill them. Dude, the BKBs don't matter for Windstrike. That was one of the biggest issues. Bloodseeker and DP do not care about your BKBs. Bloodseeker and DP were kiting you regardless of your BKBs. They were ignoring you altogether. And that was one of the consistent team fights. Whether Dendi was down, whether TSA was down, whether the Grimstroke was down, the reason why they could win 4 versus 5 is because their kiting potential was incredible. And it does seem like in these kiting situations, Windstrike did lose the plot a bit because they would just leave the Ursa behind. They wouldn't protect their cores at all. They wouldn't just fight around an area, which was the best way to deal with heroes like kite you, right? Fight around an area and just secure that area. They went for no zone out skills, like for example the Torrent Storm. So it was really difficult for you to just secure a zone and just fight around it. And the lack of mobility in the early mid game for the Ursa also sentenced the team fight. So overall, Bait played an incredible game, really impressive performance. But Windstrike, they need to look at this replay and maybe iron out some of the kinks in their armor, because there was a couple issues there, optimization, decision making, and even the team fights, the objectives they had in the team fights, right? They would always go for DP first. That was great. And then they would go, okay, what do I do now? You should kill the Bloodseeker. That's what you do next. But they would go for the supports. They were not really sure if they should kill Earthsprite first because Earthsprite was a big nuisance. The Grimstroke too. Once they went for the supports, they realized the supports could kite them more effectively than Bloodseeker. It was tough. And you gave the Bloodseeker a lot of liberty to just go behind and kill your Caudal, kill your Lion, and then you lost all your initiation, and it was easy for them. So congratulations. Very good game here for Bait. Very deserved victory. And they make it to the next round. For the next match of the day, it's going to be PuckChamp versus HellRaisers, a pure Div 2 CIS match between PuckChamp and HellRaisers. But because this game ended at a 2-0, we have a 40-minute break between this match and the next, where PuckChamp and HellRaisers will be fighting it out soon. So if you enjoyed the match, if you enjoyed the cast, if you enjoyed the if you enjoyed the production, if you enjoyed the tournament in general, feel free to follow this channel. Of course, you can check me out on my social media, Mr. Rebel Plus. And of course, I recommend that you watch the next match. It's going to be very exciting. Winstrike versus PuckChamp, two very top-tier teams. I hope you stay along for that one. It's going to be in 40 minutes. So, go eat something, go grab your beers, grab your friends, your girlfriend to watch the match together, and prepare yourself for the upper bracket, because the next two matches of the day will be in the upper bracket. It'll be very exciting. We'll see you guys in 40 minutes. Stay tuned, and until then. as we get the teams that do their best in the group stages. All of these teams 6-1. They've only lost one match, which is actually quite interesting. They're all 6. Wow. Okay, interesting. Nobody actually 7-0. So they're actually very, very close to each other. And we're going to start out with the two teams from the CIS region, PuckChamp versus HellRaisers, and then we'll be moving on to Europe for the last match of the day between Viking GG and Hellbear Smashers. For now, as the match, as we're seeing here, the lineups, little PuckChamp, right? One of the, honestly, the apple of my eye of the CIS region. Absolutely awesome team. They're weebs too, so I like them because of that mainly. HellRaisers, maybe the veterans of the region, completely different idea, right? These guys have been playing here for forever. Really solid team. Recently changed Nyx for Young G. I think that change really helped them out because, as some people pointed out, Nyx is a solid carry, but sometimes struggles in the mid lane. A very limited hero pool. Young G seems much more suited to that situation. He is Young God after all, so I mean, it's going to be a really solid Russian mid laner, and it's going to see just old blood versus new blood, creativity versus consistency. Any of the little stories that you can make between young versus old, the boomers versus zoomers, right? Even though Resolution is really young too. We'll see. It's going to be a really exciting matchup. PuckChamp, top of their division in the DPC. Also, almost won the last tournament, only losing to Hellbear Smashers. Quite close. Very unique playstyle. Very unique players. I'm going to see how they do. Whereas HellRaisers, a very different idea, right? Much more consistency. They bring the veterans here. Their playstyle, not as unique. Usually very standard. They try to play good Dota, essentially, with a couple of unique picks here and there. But judging from the draft, we're starting with something quite unique here. As HellRaisers, they'll be going for the Magnus and the Trim Protector, whereas we see PuckChamp going for much more traditional Puck Tusk. The Tusk has been getting a lot more play recently. I feel like the Tusk has been kind of valuable these past few days. His counter initiation with the snowball is really useful. In the Eastern European region, you've particularly seen the Tusk being used as a 5 as well, which really helps out his versatility as a hero. If he's stuck in the 4 position, he's not always the best pick. When you play him as a 5 or a 4, this flexibility really helps out. He can also be played as a 3, as is played in SA, for example. So this hero is much more of a useful pickup nowadays. Much more consistent. Goes well with Puck as well, because Tusk is a good counter to Puck due to the snowball. If you don't get caught in the Dream Coil, you can save a lot of the teammates from the Dream Coil, so it's fantastic to be able to just combine the two and get rid of that potential counter. For HellRaiser, they have a Magnus pick, which is very interesting. I'm wondering if that's going to be Young G or Rezo. We did see Dendi Magnus, which was very impactful, but that was with a good matchup. Here, Magnus is a Puck. We'll see how the idea goes. Obviously, the biggest counters to Puck in the lane are DK, Kunkka, Doom, these kind of solid strength mid laners that can tank Puck's damage. Magnus could fulfill that category as well, but against heroes like Doom or Magnus, I feel like they fall behind because Puck's auto attacks are also really strong, and that way you could just beat the lane by just auto attacking and harassing constantly. So it's not quite an easy win just yet. Seeing the Trim Protector and the Magnus, also the Grimstroke, the Enchantress becomes a very valuable pick. Not only is this pick great for securing your lane, particularly your safe lane. I saw the Tusk and I was thinking maybe Io, but in this case, it seems like it's going to be Enchantress as a 5. So they secure your safe lane, but more importantly, the Enchantress is a strong dispel that gets rid of Empower, gets rid of the Living Armor, and can get rid of now of the Blood Rage as well. Very surprising they run a Bloodseeker now, seeing the Enchantress. I would argue that Enchantress is one of the harder counters to Bloodseeker carry, particularly because of the enchant taking away Blood Rage. Bloodseeker relies on Blood Rage for your damage, but of course, enchant is a 20-second cooldown, Blood Rage is a 6-second cooldown, so it's not like, oh wow, the best thing in the world, right? Usually you want to combine is another strong dispel, with another offensive dispel like Invoker or Brewmaster to really make this work. And honestly, looking at what HellRaisers are running, Brewmaster is looking like a really solid pick. Cyclone to deal with the Magnus, Master Spell, brutal against, honestly, all of HellRaisers. Not very bothered here. But they're going to go for the carry first. It's going to be the Wraith King. They keep the potential flex of Tusk Puck, where they can both play 3. Puck more so than Tusk. Not very common for PuckChamp, though. Usually it is desperate to place that Puck. And now they're going to go for a very consistent carry, right? No IO for Krillat. We're just going to see the Wraith King. Wraith King versus Bloodseeker matchup is not bad. Wraith King is particularly good against the strong initiation that Magnus brings to the table, so that's quite solid. I like that idea a lot from the Wraith King versus Magnus, because any big initiators, any of these big ultimates, and also Pierce BKBs, they usually deal with carries really nicely. Wraith King doesn't care because he just revive. Who cares? The Bloodseeker also struggles a bit against Wraith King because the whole point of Bloodseeker is going in and out of the fight. You know, seeing when you're strong, seeing when you're weak, and of course, since Wraith King just crits you, going in and out of the fight is a bit difficult because all Wraith King needs to do is wait you out. You go in, crit, and then all of a sudden, you're screwed, right? And if there's a offlane Bloodseeker, Rupture does absolutely nothing against Wraith King, so it becomes a much weaker pick. I'm assuming it's offlane Bloodseeker though, seeing it up against the Enchanters, right? I'm assuming it's offlane Bloodseeker, but we'll see. They both, in this case, though, HellRaisers will need a carry, and PuckChamp will need an offlaner, if we are correct in our predictions. That's the case. Carries for HellRaisers, that would be solid. I mean, who has last pick? So the fourth pick was... Oh, okay, PuckChamp has the next pick. So then HellRaisers would have last pick. So PuckChamp will have to reveal their offlaner before you see the enemy carry. That's pretty bad. You need to think about consistent offlaners. Something that comes to mind that is pretty solid here is Mars. Mars is good, honestly. Good counter initiation. I know that PuckChamp also loves the Timber Saw and the Darkseer. Mars is the consistent pick. I think Darkseer can be used here, though. Darkseer can be relatively decent against HellRaisers, particularly against the Bloodseeker, because you're looking to just surge and ignore them. Darkseer works really nicely with Wraith King, so it might be a consideration for HellRaisers. I'm very surprised by the Slardar ban, though, to be perfectly honest, because... Okay, Bat Rider, actually. So Timbersaw and the Darkseer are both available. Of course, they both suffer against the Rupture, though. So if Bloodseeker is in the offlane, you're kind of maybe selling yourself. Hey, Mars is the more safe pick. I'm very interested, though, by these bans, though. I mean, if you're banning these heroes, you're clearly thinking of a melee carry as HellRaisers. In which case, Mars is still very solid. There we go. I think Mars is just so solid. It's just too easy, right? Darkseer or Timbersaw suffer against the Bloodseeker. They're okay. They're melee heroes, certainly. But I feel like Mars is just a more consistent one, right? And you already... By banning these heroes, it kind of shows that you're looking for a melee hero. So Mars is particularly good against those. They banned the Ursa, so there's no counter. Maybe you're thinking of Troll. Maybe that was the idea. So Troll was fine here for HellRaisers. But are you going to pick up something weird here? Like Kuman, I know he likes the Naga Siren. We could see Naga Siren or TB, both of which are decent against Wraith King. Naga Siren more so than TB. I think Naga is pretty solid here. You have great setup for Naga because you have good team fight with Naga. So you just Song of the Siren, then you RP or you Overgrowth or whatever. You kill the Puck and the Mars. And then if Wraith King survives, who cares, right? You just deal with him at the end. That's the whole idea. I'm wondering what they're going to pick up here, the last pick, honestly, for HellRaisers. Because these bans are particularly weird. The Slaughter is just a ban that's really odd. Because if you ban Slaughter, you're thinking, oh, I'm going for Juggernaut, I'm going for Lifestealer, but then they ban Bat Rider, so... Oh, okay. Wow, yeah. Is that the Bloodseeker then? Yeah, it is going to be Bloodseeker carry. Okay. So they're not going to run the Bloodseeker offlane. This raises some issues. Bloodseeker carry versus Wraith King can struggle, like I mentioned, but he has a better timing than him, which is good. The enchant is a bit of an issue for this Bloodseeker. However, one thing I will say is, like, ignoring PuckChamp's draft, right? Just looking at HellRaisers, that's Empower on a Bloodseeker, dude. Woo! That Bloodseeker is gonna farm crazy fast. We might be forced to go for, like, a Armlet Sentient Yasha for the Wraith King. This is tough, dude. This is like a really fast farming Bloodseeker. I can see this like the buff the Bloodseeker kind of game is very good for him. I think the Ember's fine for Young G. It's an okay lane against the Puck. Like, you can deal with it with Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. It's not that big a deal. But it's really just the Bloodseeker carry is interesting. It's a great shard game for Bloodseeker carry. Very good against Mars. Very good against Wraith King. And I feel it's going to be much to execution. If Kuman is comfortable with this hero and he can kite Wraith King like we watched last game with Ursa, I think it's just a freebie, right? You don't have enough team fight to deal with him. However, one of the things that I do like that PuckChamp went for is the Mars, right? The Mars is particularly good against the Bloodseeker because you close him in. So if you just fight around your arena, you fight around your Dream Coil, it's very difficult for the Bloodseeker to just walk in until he gets BKB. Once you get BKBs, ideally Desperate maybe rushes the Ags this game because it's kind of necessary. And then once you get the Ags, then the Bloodseekers are tougher again, right? But the first BKB at minute 20, like the 10, 9-second BKBs, I can imagine those being really, really impactful. And Mars is a good hero against Bloodseeker, but he struggles once the BKBs do come out. So we'll see. It's going to be a very execution-based lineup. I think it's 50-50, honestly. Both teams can win. The PuckChamp lineup is easier to execute, surprisingly enough. Like, the new blood went for the easy, less creative draft, the consistent draft, the solid draft, and the old veterans went for the more risky play style. Their tempo is better, though, so if HellRaisers play this perfectly, it might just be a better game.
A flash of inspiration.
All right, let's see. PuckChamp. They're going to go for the early smoke. This is the classic smoke where you show the... I mean, Wraith King appears in your triangle dancing. What do you even do against this? Kuman is going to die immediately. Tag team. They're going to kill Kuman, so that's pretty good. First blood going the way of Desperate. First blood given to the mid laner. You lose your carry and your support, so you end up feeding a bit more kills, but your mid laner does have a bit of an easier time. So I would say even for PuckChamp, unless they do Desperate, this would be a big deal. They have Nature's Grasp. He's out of Ulterior Orb. Okay, now this is no longer even. Young G just got a double kill. Yes, you got the first blood. That's not worth it. That's gonna be a really good play by HellRaisers. They stood their ground. They knew the tech team was powerful. They knew they were gonna go for this play, and they stood their ground and fought. That's the way to do it, boys. Don't. In Spanish or in Peru, right? When people like don't fight, they say "se arrugaron," no, which means like you wrinkled, essentially. Like you wrinkled out, you know, like, oh, I became all wrinkly, I became like a prune. I'm assuming that comes from the idea of being an old person. I'm not really sure where it comes from. I love that phrase, se arrugaron, no? And they say that in Peru colloquially when someone's like afraid to fight. And here, there's no wrinkling, right? There's no arrugar. They just go and fight straight up against PuckChamp. I think that was the right play, totally. They understood that their early game, once the tag team was done, is better. Their level 1s are stronger, and so there was no need for them to run away, which is why they get the 3 kills as a result. I think it's hilarious, though, that PuckChamp in a playoffs game will go up to the enemy high ground with a dancing Wraith King going doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, and initiating like that super happily. This team makes you want to love Dota, right? They just clearly like this game. It's a hard team not to root for. Of course, in the case of HellRaisers, you don't need a reason to root for them because these guys are veterans of the scene. If you're a fan of CIS Dota, you're a fan of almost all HellRaisers. Particularly Resolution and Lil stand out. To be fair, they do have a bit of mix of new blood. I'd probably consider Young G and maybe even Kuman, as like somewhat new blood, right? I wouldn't say they're as new as most of the PuckChamp players, but they're up there. Rezo in the top lane, gonna struggle against Kuman. Oh, sorry, Melis, my wrong off laner. And Melis will lose his life. The veteran of PuckChamp team will lose his life in the top lane. Going well for them, actually. That's a really nice start, taking advantage of the Inkswell. Usually as Mars, you can deal with Inkswell nicely because of your spear. Not the case. And here, Kurlat. Okay, we're gonna see Lil. Actually, Lil is hunting the courier, guys. Lil is just chasing after the courier with the trees. Lil's gonna get it. Lil's gonna get it. Murder the courier. Yeah. What is better, plants or animals? Lil decides it's plants for today, as he punches the courier to death. That is animal abuse if I've ever seen one, but it's good. It's the usage of the passive, and now you come back into the lane to deal with the Ducalis. This lane shouldn't be too difficult, honestly, for Rezo anyway, so I think you can kind of solo it. As long as the Enchantress is out of the lane, right? Enchantress is a big nuisance. She takes away your Empower. She deals a bunch of damage. You can empower yourself all you want. She's going to take it away from you immediately. I think this is the kind of lane where the Magnus is kind of... I mean, I don't know. You could go for the Empower build if you think you want to farm with Bloodseeker early and you need the Empower for it. Or you could just go for the Shockwave build, which is a bit more impactful as like an initiator. I think either or is valid. I feel like Rezo is wasted on an Empower user, though. This guy is really good. I don't think that you should be going for Empower build. Not because I think it's the bad build. I just think that, dude, I want to see you make flashy plays, right? And the Shockwave Skewer build has been better. Gives you a lot more playstyle. Of course, with singles level in Shockwave, you're already strong enough to get team fights, right? Because you already set up for the RP, you set up for the Skewer. So it's not bad. It's not bad. In the middle lane, it does seem like Young G is actually doing a really good job against the Puck. Usually early levels, Ember tends to win because of your melee, right? But then afterwards, Desperate tends to take, or Puck tends to take a bit of an advantage because he has better lane control. He did go for the Flame Guard build. Interesting. When you play against Puck, there's two variations. There's the Embers that ignore the Flame Guard or Embers that max Flame Guard, right? The maxing Flame Guards have been more reliable because you can then go into the jungle and secure some last some for yourself. And it's good. But the reason why a lot of Embers decide to go for Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains build, and they go for like a, I think it's 2-3 build. The reason why that happens is because a lot of Embers just want to mirror the Puck's rotations. And if you go for Flame Guard, you really are not that useful at rotating. You bring Sleight of Fist in like a single level Searing Chains, it's okay, but you really want to at least bring, at least 2 points in Sleight of Fist. At least 2 points in Searing Chains, right? And you can't go for like a 2-2-1 build in this lane, so it's kind of a commitment. You either go for Flame Guard or you don't go for it at all. The Flame Guard does make it much easier to play the lane more, of course. And as I said, get recovery if needed. For now, he's just winning this lane straight up. Young G, well done. Lil in the bottom lane, could struggle and just grasp. Not going to help too much. Do they have a skewer? Shockwave to bring him back and they just grasp. They don't have a skewer, they don't even need it. That damage on Rezo is high enough. What level is that Shockwave? It looks like it dealt a fair amount of damage. It's only level 1 actually. Okay, Rezo is going for the Empower build. Still getting kills though. This should not be happening, right? When you go for the Empower build, your lane's a bit weaker, obviously. You're made more as a farming Magnus. You're there to buff your carry. If you get kills with this is perfect. The best of both worlds. Snowball avoids the Inkswell, also the Blood Right. They go in for the counter initiation, and Vanscore will fall. They're still looking for the kill on Kuman as well. Double damage working nicely with the tag team on top of that. Remember that tag team works great with God's Rebuke because tag team does actually crit. So you get extra damage to the God's Rebuke into the crit. The damage from tag team does actually add to the crit for some reason. So that is a nice little synergy there that you can use to take advantage of the God's Rebuke and kill the supports. Bloodseeker is a bit too difficult to kill. But, I mean, if you get him with a spear and another tag team, it could be possible. Blood Right set up. So Kuman, a bit too slow. They avoid the Blood Right again. The Stroke of Fate is perfect, and that score might just be able to save Kuman's life here. Look at this man. The eternal captain of the CIS scene. This man has played more games of Dota than I have years in my life, dude. Sorry, that's not a good... I have days in my life. That's better. Vanscore, the true veteran of the scene, man. I've always wanted this man to succeed. I've always wanted Vanscore to win the TI. I feel like there's few players that have been in the scene for so long, have been really good for a while, and still never got the chance to make it neither to the final. I'd love it if Vanscore could make it. Hear that? Oh, nice little drink on the 3 here. Desperate nearby, waiting Rift. They murder Resolution first. They're going for the tree second. That's deforestation for you. Young G, though, he had an escape plan. A little ticket to ride back to the mid lane. But here's what I was talking about, though. Ember rotates to the correct lane as well, because you rotate to the safe lane, or to the enemy safe lane, right? Where you can punish the carry and then get a tower as a result. But because you rotate with Flame Guard maxed, your damage is not that high, your initiation is just okay, and Puck can mirror your rotation, and he's much better at killing people, because he has Dream Coil. And...
Gotcha.
Now, PuckChamp,
Radiant's courier has been killed.
they just got a couple of kills down bottom, and they can take advantage of this with Puck playing it even more aggressively if they'd like to. Ideally, Puck can rotate up top, right, to kill the Bloodseeker as well, but of course you have to wait for the Dream Coil to come off cooldown. Bottom, I don't know if Kreelat's going to die here. I would be very surprised. Honestly, he's still quite tanky. He has Magic Stick. You already used your Shockwave and your Nature's Grasp. This combo's very nice, though. I didn't really consider it, right? Trim Protector with Magnus. And Magnus just plays, like, honestly, keep away. Just wait for Nature's Grasp to come out, and you keep him eternally in the Nature's Grasp. That ability is super annoying, Nature's Grasp. If you're playing, like, a melee hero of any kind, you just want to die. You just want to kill a Trim Protector. Like, as a melee hero, the real reason why you buy Quelling Blade against Treant is not because you can last it better, because you also want to destroy all of his brothers as, like, a spiteful act, because you hate that hero so much. It's such an annoying hero to have to play against. Look at this. Look at this massive tree. Just harassing the Wraith King. Magnus has, like, he's doing a weird... I don't know. I don't know what he's doing, Magnus, there. But the tree is just so scary. Why, like, there's so many questions about this. Why does a tree have these teeth? You know, why is he... Why is that mask even a thing for Trim Protector? It's not like Trim Protector. It looks like a murdering maniac. He's carrying, like, 3 children. But, like, these aren't... I mean, I know they're meant to be cute, but they're more like Uncanny Valley cute, right? They're like horror story cute. The kind of children that you imagine in The Shining, that they sing a song, you go, come play in the tree, without a body, you'll be free. And they, like, collect your soul or something, and all of a sudden you have no Wraith King any longer. Like, this guy is the king of ghosts, and he's still scared of this weird tree thing. I would not want to. This is straight out of nightmare fuel. So, terrible pick. Or terrible cure to have to deal with. Magnus is much more normal. Just a weird rhinoceros, right? It's like, whatever. No big deal. No shame on being just an odd species. I also feel like Magnus doesn't have these scary cosmetics. I don't know why they decided to treat that to be so scary, dude. They could have given him a nicer face. His normal face is very sweet. His normal face looks like a granddaddy tree, like an oak or something, you know, from like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. It's like what was the tree's name? It started with B. I forgot. The big tree, the leader of the Ents. And now he's more of a, I don't know, the main character on El Túnel by Sabato. Particularly relevant because he's also Argentinian. They're covered in the map to make sure nobody can cheat. Nice. And thank you, PuckChamp. Just making sure they can't see the wards. I would be very surprised if HellRaisers was a team to cheat, to be honest. They've been in the scene way too long. They you know. I mean, I don't assume most teams that come to this tournament, particularly at this point in the playoffs, you know, where it's been long enough, are going to cheat ever. But particularly HellRaisers. If these guys were going to cheat, they would have been caught by now. Now let's see. Will the Wraith King survive? I think yes. Put your bets. Use your channel points. Predict. Will he survive? Oh, Vanscore says no. It went go, and Vanscore like, nah, not yet, not yet. Not yet. Alright. Saludos a mis compañeros españoles o hispanos. Bienvenidos al stream. Pero esto es un cast en inglés, así que tienen que respetarlo. Alright, so just a little nod to the Spanish viewers that came by because I made the mistake of tweeting and then therefore you summoned the horde. The Ember Spirit got away from the engagement earlier, but I don't think he's had the impact that he was looking for. In this case, HellRaisers, probably your best bet right now is just to play explosive around the minute 20 mark, right? If you have a Bloodseeker. Because, like, Bloodseeker is really not that strong until you get Maelstrom BKB. And even then, I think SNY is still a necessity for him. Oh, he's actually opting for not going for Maelstrom. Okay, interesting. I actually don't agree with this choice. I find that, I know that the reasoning here is very obvious, right? You have Empower, why do I need Maelstrom? It's just a farming item. But Maelstrom is not just a farming item for Bloodseeker. Maelstrom is also a huge source of damage, because one of the few items that's cheap that synergizes with attack speed. Think about this for a second. What other items can synergize well with attack speed? Well, I mean, obviously they have attack modifiers, right? I mean, it's Maelstrom, or Mjolnir, of course, or MKB. You can argue Basher, but Basher has a cooldown, so even if a really good attack speed, it's not that great. It's okay. It's like pseudo-synergy. But if you're looking for damage, it's really just Maelstrom and MKB. So you either spend 4,000 gold in an item that synergizes decently with your attack speed, or just 2,700. You don't even need to get a Mjolnir. You can just keep it as Maelstrom, dude. That's awesome. So I'm not the biggest fan of not going for Maelstrom, regardless of the fact that you don't need that farming item. I think it's still useful. They just spelled VK.com Borussia. I think they just put that's. I mean, that's definitely Russian, right? Interesting. Why? VK.com Russia. Sorry if I misspoke. My Russian is not really good yet. Nope. Oh, that damage is absurd. No way you're surviving that. No way you're surviving that. They absolutely murdered Lil. So easy. In fact, that was actually the counter initiation. The right answer was Krilla doesn't die, Lil dies. Melis though in the top lane also ganked, and Ember, seeing that it can't really mirror the Puck's rotations, he's gonna go and make the anti-space rotation. This is something I've noticed in Eastern Europe particularly a lot, which I love. And it's perfect because you ever heard those memes on like, oh, in Mother Russia, this does you, and they just turn it around. It's funny because the way they play Dota is actually very similar, where like a lot of Eastern European teams, well, not just Russian teams, of course, all of Eastern Europe, which includes Ukraine, and I would say CIS in general, because also Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, also, I wouldn't consider those part of Eastern Europe, but they would be part of this idea. These teams will often play these anti-space ganks, where they'll go where you don't expect them to, and they use a surprise factor in their favor to alleviate really bad matchups. What I mean with this, like here, for example, if the Ember goes and the Puck matches him, the Puck will beat him every single time, right? When they fight 1-on-1. The Ember can't do much until late, right? Until like minute 20 or so when Ember arms himself and he's ready to play. So by going for these anti-space ganks, you surprise the enemy team, you get a gank, you get a kill. It's not as impactful as you could. Now you lose your life mid. It's not as impactful as you could, but it's decent, and you take some advantage of it. And the enemy team will never expect that. And if they try to expect it, they're making the wrong play, right? So that's why I feel like it was I like when this region does it. It's a really good way of mitigating a bad situation, and it's something I've seen unique to either Tier 1 teams, which always do this, because, I mean, Tier 1 teams do every single style, or particularly CIS teams. Resolution, in trouble, Snowball. There we go, to that Ice Shard. No need, actually. He's just going to die to the tag team damage. Astral yet again. Almost feels like he's always at a double damage active. That tag team is so brutal. Works nicely as well with the Wraith King, because of course crits on top of that. So much synergy with the tag team. 2 critters on the tag team. That's very impactful. And of course, Impetus is nice, because then you have a nice little source of mixed damage. This early game is going really well for PuckChamp. Treebeard. Thank you guys. It was Treebeard. I appreciate that. That Treebeard. Yeah.
I find your
which, by the way, is an
offensive
it's
sin.
a whole nother name. Not very creative. How did I forget that? I remember Gandalf with his random name, but Treebeard?
Has been killed.
Anyway. Krilat. You take down his courier here. Young G trying to put pressure against Krilat. Not that big a deal, I guess. I mean, I thought they were going to actually try to take down the Wraith King or something, but it just seems like they were just there to hang out for a while. Young G, that was a half-committed rotation. I don't really want those when you're losing, particularly. That's a nice bounty. They're just giving Kuma as much space as possible to farm. Of course, he's farming, because usually by now you'd either have Javelin or maybe even completed Maelstrom. Very close, honestly, completing Maelstrom. I'd expect the Magnus to start to rotate a bit to give him Empower, right? You maxed Empower, you might as well take advantage of it. If Krila doesn't want to, sorry, if Kuman's not going to go for Maelstrom because you don't want a farming item, that's fine. But you got to give him the Empower to justify that build, right? Otherwise, you're just going to farm less than you usually would. It's one of the issues of playing a Magnus in the core position together with the core, but you have to constantly give him power. But at one point, Magnus has to either decide to give up his own farm and give farm to his core, or just not be super efficient, which either or sucks. Luckily, Magnus also combines well with Ember, so you can easily help Young Chi recover in this mid game.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane seems like Mouse is just trying to take this tower down, but of course, this Return Protector comes into play. A lot of these offlaners like to push a tower slow but consistently. Are not particularly great offlaners at dealing. And now, oh, Arena Blood baited Overgrowth, and now that is a surprising play. I don't think the Mars was expecting that whatsoever. Again, the anti-space, right? Ember should not be rotating to the top lane. He should be rotating bottom. That's where the first objective is. That's where the tier 1 safe lane is. That's what you want to take. But because Ember knows he can't go with a puck, he's just trying to do his best, and I think this is working really nicely for them. And PuckChamp, they have a really farmed Puck, decently farmed Wraith King, but they're starting to lose a bit of map control they acquired early. And now HellRaisers is just nicely recovering. Now, Magnus, is he TPing him just to give him power? Yeah, look at that efficiency. See how fast Kuman can farm now with the Empower. He uses the Blood Right. Pretty good. If you're actually putting a couple points into Blood Right, this is the ultimate farming build. You'll actually see this from farmers like Epileptic Kid or Nightfall, I think his name is now. Or Ektor as well from Beast Coast. That's Brett dying in the mid lane. They go for this build because this build is the best build to clear stacks and also to farm. So it's like the best of both worlds. It's the worst one to fight though, because their thirst is so low that you can't really fight. The third point in thirst is usually what most carries take. It is a step greedier than usual. But then again, I did watch a game yesterday where a Bloodseeker did not level Rupture at level 6. So I don't know. There is extremely greedy builds from this hero. People are starting to realize how fast Bloodseeker farms, and they're starting to take advantage of this more. Like this build has become more and more popular these days on Bloodseekers. Lucalis, that TP should be successful. I don't see him. He just TPs in the trees.
Dire's middle
But now you
tower
rotate
is
the
under
Bloodseeker down bottom, and with the Ember, they should be able to secure the tower. Lil loses his life in the top lane. With the Arena Blood this time, there was no bait. Melis knew. He had a Tusk nearby and a Puck. They know the Puck is their security guard right now. As long as Puck is there, Ember won't want to join you.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant's going to be the next item for Wraith King, so straight up Radiance this game. With a little Gloves of Haste. I'm wondering if that build will ever lose favor, the Gloves of Haste build, because it doesn't have as much synergy as it used to, but it just seems like a lot of Wraith King players
Radiant's
are stuck
bottom
with that.
tower has fallen.
It does improve your farming speed a bit, but again, the more efficient farmers on Wraith King don't buy the Gloves of Haste anymore, because there's no synergy with your crits, right, because you're putting the
Tower is
cooldown.
under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Up to them, though. I think it's not that big a deal. It's a 450 gold item, it's whatever. I think the straight Radiance, though, is the right choice, because you need to match Bloodseeker's farming speed. Oh, break the coil immediately, try to get away, and he does! He avoids the Walrus Punch just last second. Now with a Rupture, Astral in trouble. Rezno, if you have any initiation, you know he's just chasing after Astral. Chasing after Astral. Shockwave into the RP. The RP didn't actually use it. In the end, Skewer instead for Krillad. Krillad in trouble. Has the reincarnation though. And the Soulbind now binds him to the puck. Can they use this for anything? For now, Rezno actually survives, but he gets killed by one single spear from Ducalis, who will sacrifice his life to get the kill on Rezno. I think that's definitely justified support for off-laner. Didn't use the RP. Didn't have to commit the reincarnation. It is level 1 reincarnation, so honestly, you don't want to use it at all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Magnus, okay, no big deal. But this gives Young Ji the Empower. One of the biggest things that HellRaisers has in this game, right? It's the constant empowering. That makes it so that your cores can't really fall behind. But it's really impressive that despite having a Bloodseeker, who's a fast farmer, and a Bloodseeker with Empower, which makes him even faster, the Wraith King is still keeping up in terms of farm. That is really impressive. Especially a Wraith King that decided to not go for armlet or anything. So that net worth is purely for the Radiance.
Bounty.
And that raid is about to come out on Wraith King. And once you get it, you're ready to fight. And you can punish the Bloodseeker for playing such a greedy build. I mean, I guess SNY is not too greedy, right? You're playing to fight here. It doesn't seem like he's executing that way, no? But the logic would dictate that with just SNY, you should be able to deal with the Wraith King. I'm just worried about how much burst damage you can really put out with the Maelstrom, honestly. I feel like that's a big part of your build. We'll see if it works out for college. Inkswell. Skewer him back into the sentry. Who needs dust when you have a good Magnus? Rupture though, in the backlines, they're chasing after the Tusk, I believe. They're chasing after the Tusk. Or the Bloodseeker, who could be in trouble. A Dream Cold still catches him. Into the arena, but they go. Well, they have no follow-up, and Astral will just have to sacrifice himself here. Puck is wanted to lead. They want to continue this. Kuman will heal back up thanks to his Tusk skill. It seems like Desperate, though, wants to finish off Kuman. He didn't heal enough. And the Witchblade, is that enough damage? Desperate needs one more jaunt, one more Waning Rift, something to put him in range. Instead, the Spear guesses incorrectly, and Kuman is capable of making it out of here alive. Desperate will try to do the same thing. In the end, all these rotations just for a Tusk kill are not worthwhile, unless they kill Desperate as well. We still have the RP. They root him. Oh, the RP is avoided by the Phase Ship. That's why you always fake the first RP, boys. They say pros never fake, and Puck believed that. He straight up went for the Phase Ship. No doubt in his mind. There we go. Pros don't fake. Krill in the middle lane. Well, he's going to fight against the Bloodseeker, and this should be a kill on Kuman. He doesn't have 2 lives, just a single one, and Krill is just too strong. You cannot man fight him whatsoever. That's Reincarnation level 2. They're going to continue this initiation. Arena Blood, not available, but they have the Spear. They stun the poor Ember Spirit, and the Inkswell will not save his life. Love that little song by Melis. Super happy about that. Really nice counter initiation in the mid lane. Yeah, you lost the puck. You lost the puck there, of course. But I still think it's a successful play by PuckChamp, because you kill Ember and you kill Bloodseeker. What is Enchantress doing? Oh my god, Ducalis, you madman. He actually might be setting up on the kill on man score. He got speared to the last bit of the shards that they were about to disappear. And it was all thanks to Ducalis just playing a super aggro style of Enchantress. I'm loving this Enchantress performance by DOTA2LIVE, honestly. He knows he is just a walking dispel and a bunch of damage. Hasn't even maxed Enchant because you don't use it for the creeps this game. You're using it just for the spell, honestly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, sorry, when we miss kills, guys, we're not done.
Radiant's middle tower.
We're not sure it's his best to catch every single thing. So we apologize when things happen, but they're doing their best to just give you the best out experience in the world. So cut him some slack, you know, some kills will be missed. You can T-tours if you want to, but it's production putting other heart and soul into this. Trying to give you the best experience possible, and you know, we all miss some kills, right? We've all been there. We've all missed a kill once in our life. We know what it feels like. Ethnian's also going for the SNY right off the bat after the Radiance. There's a case to be made this game for oh, so the Ember will go for Maelstrom, but the Bloodseeker won't? Okay. Okay, that makes me question it a little bit more, right? Because clearly Young G thinks differently from the Bloodseeker, right? Because you can't say that Maelstrom is impactful on the Ember and it's not on the Bloodseeker. They have very similar effects, really. Anyway. The choice to go for SNY and Wraith King, that or Heaven's Halberd, either or is good here. It's going to give you a very powerful mid-game power. Bloodseeker needs one item to... Bloodseeker needs one item to just be able to deal burst damage. If you don't go for the Maelstrom, I mean, he's going to go SNY BKB. MKB is a consideration in this game. Something to just give you damage against Wraith King to really burst him down. May just go straight into Basher to win that core-to-core match. So Basher is usually one of the better items to deal with cores, right? We'll see. Those skeletons are so annoying. Even against a Trim Protector, the magic can push this tower decently. But of course they know if they don't take this tower now, if they leave it for later, the tower will be full HP. Trim Protector is the true, you know, they really kill Spanish people. You leave something for tomorrow, you go, mañana, mañana, and then Trim Protector's already healed it. If Trim Protector was like the work, if every work I ever did in my life, I had to deal with a Trim Protector, I wouldn't have graduated. I would have graduated from high school or middle school alone. RP? Okay. No, never gonna happen. Never mind. Resolution tried it 2-3 times, and he was just cancelled every single time. Too much control coming in from PuckChamp, and they're not afraid of any high grounds. Astral, looking for the kill on Grimstroke, not gonna find it. Feels useless here. TP's down. That's a TP a shame. That's the guys I tried, but I'm just going back to the lane. Take Roshan. Not like one team is better at Roshan than the other. Well, actually, you have tag team, so you're a bit better than the enemy team. Not too much, though. Enemy team could fight you, but without Magnus, and the fact that you're dire makes this much more difficult. Radiant has a huge Roshan advantage because the triangle is closer, and they still have their offlane tier 1 and their mid tier 1, so it should be easy to defend for them. So easy to take for them. And I'm assuming you give the Aegis to Puck. Yeah. I think giving it to Wraith King is redundant at this point. I don't think he's gonna die 3 times, really, in a team fight. I think if he dies 3 times, he's dying 4, right? And if he's dying... Like, if he only dies once, he's not gonna die 2. No, he's dying 3 times, and... He's dying 2, sorry, he's dying 3 for sure. My bad. My numbers are off. Spanish math. HellRaisers... They're gonna go for a pre-lot right now on the top lane, but I don't feel like they have the initiation to do so, though. Rezo, unfortunately, has not had the biggest impact just now in this mid-game. Mars much more impactful this game. Oh, let's go by. No! They got the puck! It's perfect! Double rupture, double growth. This is the initiation they're looking for. And they get rid of the Aegis immediately. Meteor Hammer, absolutely waste. Doesn't really matter. BKB and Bloodseeker is hugely impactful as they stop the Mars from being too good. This team fight. That arena does nothing as the Bloodseeker. Rezo will fall, though, in the middle of the arena. Krillad still alive, not even touched here. Bloodseeker lacks the damage to really finish him off. Instead, the Contra and the Ember Spirit, can they finish him off with the Waning Grip? They should guarantee this kill. Goodbye to Young G. Goodbye to Vanscore. Rezo's already dead. And they finish off the Trim Protector as the last kill of this engagement. Tips to Lil, because he thought he was going to be wise. He thought he was going to cut the lane, get a kill. And in the end, PuckChamp punished him like all of his friends. It's almost a team wipe. Only Bloodseeker survives. And even though the arena didn't matter for him, I mean, they just didn't care. Look at that. Oh, we even had replays. Look at this quality production, guys. I told you guys these guys care. So you go for the initiation here. The Soulbind plus Rupture was brutal. It completely canceled the puck. And you got a really good early kill, right? But the RP just couldn't come out for Rezo. They used the arena blood, and Rezo seemed like he was just running around. Wraithfire Blast surprised him. They played well towards the ends of the arena. And I was concentrating on the Bloodseeker, but really, it was the weakness of Rezo's initiation that the arena was really canceling. Then, if they kill Kuman or not, didn't really matter. He didn't have the damage to kill Wraith King, so it was irrelevant. Instead, they're going for the Ember, which is much more of a hard kill, and then tripping it towards the end. So we can see here that in the fight, they just straight up don't care about the Bloodseeker because he doesn't deal enough damage. You can have BKB all you want. I don't think that's the right. Kuman, there's a Rupture available. Inkflow as well. He does use the BKB to get away from this arena of blood. There was no follow-up. In fact, they can counter-initiate here. There's no BKB on Bloodseeker. They know they're more powerful. Rezo doesn't have RP because he wasted it last time. Grilla just going for Rezo. Nice overgrowth. They should give him enough space to get away. Another double Rupture. It seems like the same team fight yet again, but without the BKB on Bloodseeker. None of Arena of Blood, though. And this will guarantee the kill of Melis as they go for the Timber Protector first. He will fall. Not as worth it, though, as 3 heroes from PuckChamp. And it seems like Krillin finally has found his opponent as he can no longer beat Kuman when nobody else in his team is helping him out. You lose Reincarnation. And here, if he had Aegis, he would lose it 2. He loses 2 lives. He would lose 3. HellRaisers take another great kill against the AD carry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It seems like right now we're seeing a nice little turning point for them. It might just be enough to take like 1 or 2 objectives here and just call it a day. It was a really good team fight for you, and you played around the arena. I was surprised, honestly. The arena really made the difference there. Let's see.
Radiant's middle tower is
Made it
under
really
attack.
difficult for. The arena made it really difficult for PuckChamp to. Sorry, for HellRaisers to propose a team fight, and they canceled Rezo completely. But it seemed like Bloodseeker towards the end just did more in the second team fight. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Lack of Dream Coil maybe also mattered there. Wraith King was in the middle of that, but Kuman in the second team fight actually did kill Mars, whereas in the first one it seemed like he just completely ignored him. And now the difference in XP and is completely even. And gold, we still have a slight advantage for PuckChamp. Not that big a deal though. 5k still recoverable. Bloodseeker's rivaling the Wraith King. No, please don't buy Shard. Oh, Holy Rocket Shard. Interesting build. I've seen this a couple times when the Shard first came out on Enchantress. Like, people just trying this out because they're like, well, I don't need to buy any more items, so I might as well buy Shard. I think the Shard is trash, though. I think the Shard is very, very trash. It's really, it's just a really weak Shard. I wish that nobody would buy this Shard.
Radiant are scanning.
Because there's just no point to it. I've seen it with a Holy Locket build a couple times. It did nothing. I think it might be the same case this game. We'll see. I mean, you know, power to you. Try new builds. Always nice. Nukaz is playing a really solid game, though, which is why I would like him to go for like a Hurricane Pike, honestly. Which is also in his queue.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Basher finally and Kuman. First bit of damage and trading to Scotty.
Are fortified.
Scotty will hopefully be useful.
Dire's top tower
Oh, you know what could have
is
happened in the last team fight? It's hard to tell because
Radiant's bottom
I'm seeing the same
tower is
resolution as
under
you guys are
attack.
seeing. Not the player, but the literal resolution. But it might have been that the enchant actually dispelled the Blood Rage, and that's why Bloodseeker did nothing at last team. The first team fight. The second one he had more damage if they couldn't dispel that Blood Rage. Could be. That's a really impactful thing in a team fight. That's full 6 seconds of Blood Rage is a huge deal. Let's see if this Basher is impactful enough. I like the Scotty idea. Again, no burst damage for this Bloodseeker, but I think it's fine. At this point in the game, you're becoming much more of a consistent carry, right? And I think the Basher is definitely the best choice. And Basher and Scotty are both the best items to win the core-to-core matchup, right? Scotty reduces the enemy attack speed and movement speed, so you can chase after them, but it's mostly the attack speed when you're fighting head-on, right? And the Basher allows you to, well, bash. I mean, I think it's self-explanatory there. It makes a lot of core-to-core matchups easier. Wraith King can't really itemize those items, unfortunately. Basher's okay as like a 4th, 5th item, but usually want Assault Grass first. Usually Blink is a bit more valuable than Basher as well in this hero. He might even need to consider a BKB this game. There's just not that many things that you really want to save yourself from. It's really just the Grimmerstroke that the BKBs can help you against. Rupture goes through, Overgrowth goes through, the RP goes through, so it's not like BKB is the most valuable item for Krila. That's why I like the SNY, because the stat resistance helps a lot. And it'd be nice to instead see like a Loaded Sword, for example, on the Mars, because that would dispel all the roots. And that is pretty much what you need. You need Dispel. You need to not get rooted. That's the big issue. Oh, Rezo. Nope, the Glimmer Kid actually hits Krillot. The dust comes a bit too late. They want to kill Rezo first. The RP comes out in time, though. And this is the counter initiation here by HellRaisers. They do succeed in killing Astro. That's the first time from Wraith King. The Arena of Blood not successful. Too many BKBs. And they can just run out of it immediately. They're still going for your carry. Wraith King saved with a Glimmer Cape. No way! No way! The dust is not in time. And none of the cores are carrying dust. He gets away with a simple Glimmer Cape. A 1900 gold item just saved Krillot. Wow. I cannot believe none of the carries were carrying that. I don't even need to buy it. Let your supports buy it for you and just carry it. If you are going to run as Bloodseeker into the enemy lines like that, you need to have a way to deal with a Glimmer Cape, dude. 2 times that Glimmer Cape saved their initiation. That Glimmer Cape guaranteed the kill on the Mars, and that Glimmer Cape saved Wraith. Glimmer Cape MVP. Most broken item in the game.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Double damage.
Okay, now they can take Roshan at least. Still taking advantage of the radiant advantage of Roshan. It's pretty good. Attack team's still pretty powerful. We did see Lotus Orb on Melis, so okay, we have Lotus Orb now on Melis. It's pretty impactful. Melis is on point, dude. There's a reason why this guy's like the veteran voice in the team. I feel like he reins him in. He stops Krillot from binging Tokyo Ghoul every day. Good. Attack team, not going to be very successful. They actually skewered him out of the Blood Right, which is interesting, but I don't think that matters too much. Arena Blood, Kuman, BKB, Melis is the TP, or just die, because at this point he just seems like he's going to die. Red Team fighting in the arena, maybe not the best of choices. He's hitting the shield though. You're still lacking damage, Bloodseeker. I told you, you don't have any mixed damage. Overgrowth now. They're still going to continue this fight as the BKB is activated on the puck, and they should be able to finish off Kuman. Do they have the last bit of damage? They do. With that little stun, they guarantee the kill. And that's going to be Bloodseeker going down. Ember is capable of getting away, though. So at least they won't lose Young G, but they will be losing Vanscore in the backline. And HellRaisers, they thought they could take that team fight, huh? But the loss of the BKB was too major for the Bloodseeker. Did we see a... Did they get a basher or something? What was the thing that stunned him towards the end? No? Interesting. I actually could not tell what was the small stun towards the end that actually... Because Bloodseeker was about to run away and he got like a 0.75 second stun. I'd even venture it might have been Golem from the Enchantress. I'm not sure. I didn't see what it was, to be honest. Yeah, it's all the Glimmer Cape, guys. It was really all the Glimmer Cape that won this game. Like, the one time when HellRaisers had a window opportunity, it just got cancelled by Glimmer Cape. That must suck, dude. That must suck. You gotta carry dust from then on. You got Basher next on Krillot. I think that's quite solid.
Invisibility.
Like I said, it's a good third, fourth item, right? It's not good because you need Assault Caress or Blink early. I think this game you can afford not to go for Blink because Bloodseeker is running towards you, so you just need to wait for him. The RPs, unfortunately, have not been too easy to land, though, for Rezo. I don't really think it's his fault, though. I just think the game is so hectic, and there's so many ways of canceling your Blink Dagger. He's had a tough time really going for the RP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Continue to push here in the bottom lane. HellRaisers. Oh, actually, PuckChamp. You madman. Desperate? As a BKB, we do have Aegis as well. They do something with Overgrowth. He seems okay. Krillot just walking to the enemy base like it's nobody's business. Look at Krillot. He says, you want to bully my Puck? Why don't you mess with someone your own size? And Bloodseeker is like, dude, I'm super short. What are we talking about? I'm like a hunchback. Puck is my size. Bloodseeker definitely has some serious spine problems, though. This poor man, he must have so much back pain. Basher completed a Wraith King. Abyssal is the next item. Kuman still, I'm assuming, struggling to get the Scotty. I mean, he hasn't really been given too much space lately. I think the BKB on Puck was also a really good pickup before the Ags even. He knew that it was really impactful this game to get the BKB because the Puck is being controlled by the Searing Chains, the Overgrowth, etc. And you don't really want to go for like rolls to destroy yourself. Lotus Orb is going to be used, of course, on the Wraith King, so just go for BKB on Puck. That way Puck is harder to kill. And if you waste like Rupture on Puck or you use RP on Puck, first of all, it's super hard to land. And second of all, it's like not that big a deal. Because you Wraith King survives. Lil. No way. He actually gets away. Lil. They saw him as well. They reveal a ward in the bottom lane. They even have Blink Dagger on Astral just to catch up to Lil, and it still doesn't work out for them. That sucks. Turn off the Radiance to go for a smoke here for PuckChamp. Still a nice lead for PuckChamp. They're quite comfortable right now because they know that there's no point where HellRaisers just starts winning, right? Like, this game, I wouldn't say that either team has really a huge advantage in the late game, right? They're kind of even, both in terms of team fight, in terms of the carry. A well-itemized Bloodseeker can deal with a Wraith King, but unfortunately, I don't think this itemization is that great. The Abyssal is okay, but I feel like he's lacking just damage, dude. In each team fight, he's lacking damage. Especially if they take away his Blood Rage, I feel like he just does nothing in the team fight. We have seen this a couple of times happening because of the enchanters. The fight in the bottom lane, though. Tusk, yep, they catch up to Vanscourt. There we go. Just a small little gank, though. A small little skirmish. No big deal. Krilat sees a bunch of creepstone and proceeds to farm this. Doesn't want the Trim Predator to continue this annoying creep skipping. And the Puck is going for a kill here. Oh, no, that was not the Puck, sorry. That was the Enchantress. I saw someone like just being carried forward. I was like, it must be the Puck with the Illusory Orb. Turns out it was the Enchantress being skewered by Resolution. They see her now with Gem. Rezo, he learned his lesson. You don't need to carry dust, my boys. You just need to carry a Gem on your offlaner. And no more will the Glimmer Cape be the bane of your existence. Pilat. Hoping to get a kill on Resolution. Unfortunately, won't find it. That Wraith Fireblast not good enough. Dream Cold, though, shifted up. Oh, yeah, I think the BKB. Didn't know the Axe was there. You know what? Actually, BKB might have just saved you, though, regardless. Because, yeah, you get stunned regardless, right? But you don't have the damage of Waning Grave to lose your orb. They don't want to commit too much to that kill. So I don't think it's that big a deal if you lose your BKB there. Because it's much better to lose BKB than to lose your life, right? Like, better safe than sorry. Now Scotty for Kuman. One of the difficulties, though, of building the Bloodseeker in this way, where it's like you just go full stats, you play like traditional carry, is that Blood Rage honestly deals a fair amount of damage when you tank up this much. When you go to 3k, I think it's like 2% of your HP every second, so what, at 3k, we're talking like 60 damage every second? Yeah, maybe it's not that relevant. I guess you have enough to heal yourself back up. Yeah, maybe it's not that relevant. I mean, it's annoying for sure, but I don't think it's annoying. I'm giving it a second thought. I mean, unless you... Oh, that was a missed spear. No arena either, so it's difficult to fight this. But Wraith, he just pulls in with the Wraith Fire Blast. They even use the Dream Cold. Even if he BK's beast, he doesn't get away. He goes from the Puck instead. The Snowbind, pretty powerful Puck. He needs to use the A on this, but the RP! No, they missed the Puck completely, and the Snowball also allows him to get away on top of that. Resolution! His RP's been wasted. The Puck, the constant Facius makes it impossible for them to kill Desperate. They're desperate to kill Desperate, but it's just impossible. The Ember Spirit, sorry, will also walk back in to die. And only Bloodseeker can get out of that alive, but you lost 3 heroes, one of which has no buyback. The Ember Spirit cannot come back to defend this, and he's one of your best high ground defenders. I don't care about your natural armor, living armor, what do you want to call it. This is going to die for sure. This tower will not last Pilat, and the Blood Rite is okay only as a way to defend high ground. They know there's no Embers, so they have a lot of leeway here. They know they have Arena Blood as well, and Reincarnation. Resolution walks in. That could be a really good skewer, and they actually catch 2. They're going to kill Melis first. You'll trigger to save his life. Arena Blood needs to set up. Melis sets up the arena, and this sets up for the team fight perfectly. With the Arena Blood, they skewer the Treant Protector to the wall, but he's not quite there. A bit bugged there. However, they concentrate on Kuman and destroy him. They also proceed to cut down the Treant Protector. And they also lost Rezo halfway through the team fight. Astral destroying him. HellRaisers didn't stand a chance in this team fight. Yeah, it seems like PuckChamp is just looking much stronger than HellRaisers right now. Just like the DPC, PuckChamp showing why they're such an explosive, strong team and why they're some of the more promising teams in the Tier 2 CIS scene. Okay, well, this guy's, I mean, I don't know what to say about this match. I feel like it's just really solidly played by PuckChamp. I mean, HellRaisers made a couple mistakes. I don't think Magnus offlane is the best offlaner as your sole initiator. I don't feel like that was well utilized, and I didn't love Kuman's build. But I've already explained all this in the game. I don't think it needs to be explained again. I think PuckChamp just played this really, really well. Their optimization was much more solid. They knew when to fight, where to fight. They forced engagements constantly with a much weakened HellRaisers. They knew what things HellRaisers needed to win the fights. Well, whereas it seems like HellRaisers didn't really know what to do in the fights because they constantly were just using ultimates willy-nilly without any sort of combo with it. The best combo they got were really on the soul binds from Vanscore, but even then it wasn't successful enough because PuckChamp had a lot of ways to avoid you. And Desperate just played an incredible puck. His puck and Void Spirit are just insane. I'm not surprised that he took HellRaisers for a ride here. So, PuckChamp, congratulations. They win game number 1 of this series. It's looking like they might win game number 2 with this performance, but we'll see. HellRaisers still has a chance to tie the score. We'll see what happens in around 10 minutes when game number 2 will be online. Guys, stay tuned on this channel. Remember to follow the channel if you enjoyed the games or the broadcast. And we'll be coming back with game number 2 between PuckChamp and HellRaisers for the upper bracket of the Snow in around 10 minutes. My name is Mr. Alba Plus, and we'll see you guys then. first match of the day already, or first match of this encounter. It wasn't like a. Sorry, Jesus Christ. My goodness, I'm so sorry. This keeps happening. I always mute myself and sorry. Hello, guys. Welcome to the Snow Tournament. We have a wonderful match between PuckChamp and HellRaisers, which is going to be in front of us today. Apologies for the muting myself. That is just, I've only been casting for 10 years. It's happened still. Anyway, so because this wonderful match went so nicely for the first encounter, we did see that PuckChamp actually played an incredible game. I wouldn't call it a stomp because it was quite even in some of the engagements, but it did seem like PuckChamp had the upper hand at every point in the game. So it wasn't really a big deal for them. I feel like the draft was solid. They knew how to execute, and they just kind of gave HellRaisers a run for their money. To be honest, though, HellRaisers did go for a very peculiar draft. Maybe in game number 2, we'll see a much more consistent draft, and we'll try to go for something easier to execute, right? Which could be PuckChamp. I don't know. We'll see now. As game number 2 is underway, and the upper bracket of Snow Sweet Snow. HellRaisers, they pick up the puck in the Enigma, as PuckChamp goes for the Death Prophet and the Nyx Assassin. Okay. Okay, interesting. The Death Prophet and the Nyx Assassin picked up by PuckChamp. That's, I mean, I wouldn't say a weak start, but like not very defined, right? You just pick up 2 heroes that just go well. They just exist, right? They're pretty solid in most matchups. Death Prophet can be flexed, though PuckChamp doesn't always flex the Death Prophet. They tend to run it on Ducalis more than they pick it in the mid lane. I haven't seen Desperate play this hero too much. HellRaisers, they pick up the puck, Enigma, and now Shadow Shaman. So with Enigma, Shadow Shaman, you have a really big source of push now, really big source of pressure, in addition to some nice stuns and great anti-carry synergy as well. Because both Enigma and Shadow Shaman deal well with carries. Because when you play forward at 1 or any sort of win condition around 1 hero, Shaman with Shackles and Hex, easy to murder him. Enigma with Black Hole, easy to murder him. Even if he plays as a 5, it's not a big deal because it's just powerful due to the fact that you can, single target stun him despite the BKB, right? So even if Enigma's a 5, he's a 3, it doesn't really matter. It's still a really solid pickup here. And of course, you can use the Enigma as well for the pushing power that he provides. So that's pretty good. Fixes my... There we go. Sorry, guys. Hopefully that fixes my collection. There we go. Just to make sure there's no many lags in what I'm seeing either. And so the Grimstroke is the next pick for PuckChamp, which is interesting. Now this means DP is going to be played by Desperate. All right. So it's not going to be a Ducalis DP. All right. Really early definition of the DP, but I guess because you're so confident the puck is going to go mid, then you're just trusting of this. Grimstroke is solid with the Nyx Assassin, so I don't think it's a bad pick at all. You don't have much of a combo for the Soul Bite, but DP mid will put a lot more pressure. And it's also a much better pick at alleviating pressure, right? By putting the Grimstroke as a 5, you now have a hero that's great as a dead laner. Now you can push out lanes, he can die, it's no big deal, he's your 5, who cares? And you have a hero that can put pressure in the mid lane of the DP, so it's much better roles for what you're planning on doing, right? I think that PuckChamp, this is a good fix here, and that's the whole point of flexing a DP, right? You don't define as a 5 too early unless you need to. HellRaisers with the Bounty Hunter pick, interesting choice. I don't know what position he's going to be playing in. I mean, I'm assuming it's off lane looking at this, right? Because like you can't play him 5 because Bounty Hunter 5 sucks. You can't play him 4 because Shadow Shaman's already your 4. So I'm assuming it's a Bounty Hunter in the off lane position, which is like the only relevant position he could still be playing in. And then Enigma's your 5. That's why it seems like to me. It's an interesting choice. Rezo has played this before. When he was playing carry, actually used to play the Bounty Hunter carry. One of the few players who did that together with... Was it Crystallized when he was on bait? I want to say it was Crystallized. I'm not really sure. It was bait for sure that played them on the 100 carry, and they won once and then never won again. But it was a time when that was like very popular with the Ags. I remember seeing Rezo play it a couple times even before that when they updated the track back before he played offlane. But I don't know how comfortable he is on this hero. I'm not very comfortable with the Bounty Hunter particularly. You have decent single target, but I don't love him as your offlaner here. I would much rather see him as a 4, right? But you can't run him as a 4 unless you run a Shadow Shaman as your 5, and that's also sucks. Not loving this, but to be honest, I will hold my judgment until the last pick, right? Let's see how they fix this. Let's see what plan they're using here. PuckChamp, the Batrider pick, is going to be a 3. most likely, because you can't really flex him mid. I guess you can flex the DP and the Batrider though here, so you always have that option of either running down the puck with DP or running down the puck with Batrider. Both are useful, they just commit different things, right? In the case of Bat, the idea of Bat versus puck is you push him out of lane, and you have a lot of magical damage, and you gank effectively. In the case of DP, you don't necessarily push him out of lane as effectively, your lane is much more even, but once you hit level 6, puck needs to leave, because he wants to gank, or he just can't stay really against your Exo, and then you push tower. And if you mirror his movements, DP is one of the few heroes that can push a tier 1 off lane relatively safely. So it's not a bad idea. So either or works in the mid lane. It just depends on what PuckChamp is thinking about doing. They have the next pick, so they're going to have to define their carry before HellRaisers defines exactly what the fuck this draft is. Let's see what the carry is going to be for PuckChamp. Out of the Krillot heroes. I mean, Wraithing is just really solid here, right? Oh, they banned. Okay. He's banned. Honestly, within the same vein, the Abba carry, because you have so many heroes that deal with your carry effectively. Bounty Hunter will make your lane living hell, and he kind of nullifies a lot of picks. Like, for example, Juggernaut Lifestealer. The Enigma makes life hell. So does Shadow Shaman to a large degree. You can't pick carries that are easily caught. I'm leaning more towards maybe Medusa. Medusa's kind of decent, good against Enigma. Oh, Medusa can survive against Enigma. If it's 5, she's kind of decent against them. If it's 3, it's a bit more difficult. Medusa against Bounty suffers nothing. In the lane, it's really difficult for Bounty to deal with Medusa. Medusa's great against Shadow Shaman. I think Medusa's kind of solid. I like the Medusa pick here. Gonna be the last picks here. PuckChamp. What do we need here? HellRaisers. I really would ban the Ursa. Interesting choice. That means that you're running Bounty Hunter offlane, right? You wouldn't ban the Ursa if you're running Enigma offlane. So that's clearly, I mean, unless they're baiting, but it's Enigma 5, I'm thinking, and Bounty Hunter 3, which is my initial proposition, which then makes Dusa very solid. I think Dusa is really, really good here. Yeah, it's just very solid. Because the Enigma 5 is not that powerful against her. Because Stone Gates will cancel your Black Hole every time. You don't care about the Dream Coil, you don't care about the Shadow Shaman. Oh, PA. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. I wouldn't say PA is the best pick because I think any carry that runs away from your team, or sorry, not runs away, but like jumps in front of your team, like PA, Bloodseeker, these kind of heroes, Ursa Troll, I would even say, are dangerous because of the Shadow Shaman, right? So I don't know if PA is the best pick. I would have much rather seen here at Dusa. This does mean that PuckChamp wants to play us a bit faster, though. Not a bit faster, but like a bit more in the mid game rather than a bit more in the late game, which makes sense. You don't want to have to deal with a track in the late game. That's very annoying. PA also makes it very difficult for HellRaisers to pick up something now because I can't imagine a carry that can deal with PA well. Right now, she wins most core-to-core matchups except for Illusion Heroes. So maybe like TB Naga. Honestly, Naga is really solid again here for HellRaisers. Slark. I guess. Oh yeah, because you're up against a Batrider. Sure. I'm not the biggest fan of Slark versus PA though. I think this time PuckChamp has a better lineup, to be honest. I feel like HellRaisers is a bit of a Frankenstein lineup. They kind of just went all over the place, trying to make things that fit, but there's not much synergy between the picks. Oh, no, I wanted to see who was playing the Bounty. I don't know. Now I'm curious. I'm assuming it's Bounty 3. We'll see. Now I get to see my beautiful face. So, looking into this lineups, I would say that, again, PuckChamp goes for a relatively easy to execute lineup. I don't think there's anything weird about this. PA is the weirdest pick. And even I can see the logic behind PA, right? Because, for example, we went Dusa, Slark was a really good pick here, right? And I think they were probably thinking about that, whereas PA counters Slark pretty hard. Either you go for NKB on Slark, or you're really lucky with the crits, and you don't get any, essentially, or you die. You turn into Sushi. PA is super strong against Slark because of that, because you just can't stop her. You can play fast tempo against PA. That sometimes works, but it's a bit difficult because of the rest of the picks. I see the idea of the Slark, of course, against the Batrider, but I feel like Naga Siren would have done the same thing, but better, because Naga Siren is a much better match against PA, because of your high armor and your song, and you can set up for the kills. I'm not sure how effective this Bounty Hunter is. This Bounty Hunter is the only thing that's like, I'm a big Bounty Hunter fan. and I don't think the bounty hunter is particularly solid here. I don't know. I want to see what they're planning on it. To be said though, the bounty hunter plus Slark is a nice little combo here that will probably work out decently. I can't imagine that being too bad. You might even be able to go for like an Ag Slark early, right? You go for like an Ag Slark and you play a bit aggressively with a bounty hunter, take advantage of track kills. PA takes a while to get online. Any hero you would have picked there kind of takes a while to get online because you need Dezo, BKB, and Battle Fury, sorry. So before you get those items, especially if you counter the Bat Rider, if your mid lane is not that great, maybe I can see a case to be made for the Temple. Your lane needs to go really well against Bat, though. And I feel like a lot of Bat Riders in the off lane, they don't care so much about the mid lane. Or sorry, about the lane. They can just max the Firefly, still annoy you a fair amount. I think that if you pick a Spark mid against Shadow mid, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But if Spark carry against Shadow off lane, yeah, it's Spark, but Bat can still hold his own somewhat. Okay, it is Rezo on the Bounty Hunter. Okay. We'll see how this works out. I find that at least the lane of Rezo versus PA, it's pretty good. You're a really high armor offlaner. You are the second highest armor offlaner if you don't count... I mean, it depends on what you consider Ogre Magi, but if you consider Ogre Magi, he's the highest base armor on the offlane. Depends on what you consider Naga Siren, right? I was actually having this debate with Knoxville and Naga Siren, and he was like, well, no, I would never consider Naga Siren an offlaner. She's a carry, but Ogre Magi has more armor. I'm like, dude, Naga's been playing more as a... whatever. Shout out to Knoxville. Thank you for that stat. So, Ogre Magi, Naga Siren, they beat him, but Bounty Hunter's one of the highest armor offlaners regardless. Pretty high in that sense. So, he is really solid against heroes like PA, who only deal physical damage. Of course, the combo of Grimstroke PA is powerful, but we'll see how that works out against the Janata, because you don't want to give the Bounty Hunter too many Janata hits. Dippling Dagger, there we go. One Janata hit. You don't have no gold, so it doesn't really matter. They missed the Impale, though. Rezo, just a bit too fast, huh? They do take the bounty, though. I don't think it's that big a deal. And that 3 bounties go the way of HellRaisers. Nice. The biggest lanes here are Barrier Melis. Let's see how impactful he can be against Slark. It's one of his best heroes. He just doesn't play it as much because now Bat Rider is much more common in the mid lane, but it's one of his best heroes. He's really solid in the Bat Rider. When I first saw him in the scene, the heroes that stood out to me for Melis were particularly the Puck, the Bat Rider and the Pangolier. Now, when I first saw him, like, I wouldn't say first saw him in the scene. I'd say when he was starting to get like, a bit more notoriety competitively, it was the Pango and Bat Rider that really stood out, and his Timbersaw. Those 3 are just next level stuff for Melis. He's really, really good on those heroes. So I can imagine he's kind of used to playing against counters. We'll see. And of course, this mid lane is also very important. Depending on who can create more space early, depending on how the TP does against the Puck, we'll see how much impact they can have. It's a tough lane for both. It's very much a skill-based matchup. I don't think it's a lead for either or. Top lane though, Vansco gets the first blood on Nyx. Has no right getting that kill, by the way. You should not die that early as Nyx versus Shadow Shaman. The DP gets a little no talisman here delivered to her. She also has a bottle, which is going to help her out. Usually, I would say the control on DPs have a better earlier levels because Illusory Orb is both your escape and your control of the lane, so it's not great. And sorry, when I say control here, I mean like lane control, as in like spells that help you reach lane equilibrium, right? Or achieve lane equilibrium. So the spells that can help you push or push the lane, or these kind of spells are very useful in the mid lane, particularly to keep lane equilibrium in your favor, to know when to push if you need to know when to harass, right? So most heroes have their harassment and their lane control in the same spell, right? Usually, it may make sense. You know, it's area damage. It's not that complicated. But in the case of Puck, you also have your escape in the same spell, right? So that makes it a bit more difficult to fight this lane against someone that doesn't need that escape because you have Spirit Siphon as well. And in the case of DP, you also have kill potential with the Spirit Siphon, which Puck does not really have with Waning Rift, Illusory Orb. Kill potential on Puck tends to happen around level 6 with the Dream Coil. So usually it's a bit of an advantage against DP early, but then Puck just starts pushing the lane once in the mid game, and you ignore the DP completely, right? That's the idea. You have much more lane control on Puck, because Waning Rift also helps you do that, so they can just push the lane completely. He just forced the courier back with the boots. That's awesome. So you can just push the lane completely and ignore the Puck altogether. Alright, well, Young G for now, struggling a bit, not getting the best early game. This DP, Desperate's playing properly in the early, really aggressive, as you should, to make sure you can take advantage of, again, the advantages I just mentioned. A P in the bottom lane, of course, 19 Lasted doesn't always tell the story. Bounty's not really a hero to harass you with, it's more about stealing your gold with Janata. And he has level 3, which is usually the biggest point of inflection for a Bounty in the lane. Yeah, it's okay. The problem with Bounty, like I said, though, is just you're not that strong. You can survive the attacks, but yeah, you could just die easily, especially with a combo with Grimstroke. And every time your support rotates, you're just left to dry. So I don't think it's the easiest offlaner to play. Top lane though, Mel is also struggling a lot, much more so than the Bounty. So at least you're not putting any pressure into the Slark. And yeah, I spoke a lot about Mel's bad right here, but against the Slark, I guess it's just impossible, right? You try to do your best. Maybe you can still recover in the jungle, but I don't think that's going to be enough. A lot of nerfs to Batrider's farming ability, which is why he hasn't been picked as much at this moment. Young G, no, he's fine, That jaunt is very annoying. We'll see if Desperate plays a more active DP then to try to mitigate this impact in the top lane, particularly. There's the Firefly though, only 1 point. You can kill Vanscore, and he's actually going for the Courier as well, but Slark is impossible. You went for 2 points stick and napalm. That means that you don't want to kill the Slark, you're just looking for Shadow Shaman. You're going to lose the Nyx cast in here in the top lane. Slark is not only good against Bat, he's also great against Nyx. Spike Harpers does nothing, Impale does nothing. They're so easy to predict with Dark Pact, so you just immediately get the kill. And at least the Slark is having a really good lane. And like I said, right, even though this bottom lane seems like PA is doing a really good job, it doesn't tell the whole story. Once we swap to net worth, we'll see, because Janata makes a huge difference here. That's why the 1k lead probably for HellRaisers. The difference between the offlaners, and of course the fact that Bounty Hunter has some extra gold just from Janata alone. Going for the Bounty Runes here. We'll see who takes them. Lucalis takes the bottom Bounty Rune. Asshole. Okay, they take 3 Bounty Runes, so they recovered from the early game, where they lost the 3 Bounty Runes early. It's okay. And now we have level 6 on Desperate. Up to him if he wants to use this level 6 to rotate to the safest tier, for example tier 1 up top, which will be the safest tower to take, or if he wants to stay mid and play a more static DP, just to punish the puck. Either or is, okay, for now I was going to use the catapult to push mid. Was an Enigma 4, by the way, which I really didn't mention earlier, because I didn't see it in the moment. Vanscore is struggling on Shadow Shaman. He's going to die to the spirits, easy. Shadow Shaman very weak though, unfortunately against DP. But yeah, because the Enigma 4, your lanes are weaker, but that also brings a lot more net worth to your team. And you should have Necros early. The idea is you can push relatively early with Shadow Shaman and Enigma. Desperate will be taking an Arcane Rune here, but he's already used the Exo, so unfortunately even if he rotates, I don't think it's that valuable. I don't think Bounty Hunter's that valuable to kill either, because of the nature of your gold as well, because you recover with track anyway. And PA. Okay, I mean they got the Nyx here. I don't know if this is the kill though. Do you die the tower for this? He has track now, which gives him extra movement speed, so it's very difficult to catch up to him, particularly with the PA. Because you Phantom Strike to him and he just gets away with track, so it's not that big a deal. That ward though in the mid lane is pretty strong. It's surprising, what? They didn't see the ward? Oh. Interesting, because it's nighttime, I presume. That's why they didn't see the ward. That's definitely seen by the sentry. It's just that the DP didn't get close enough to the ward to actually see it, and so Shadow Shaman gets extra vision of this lane. In the top lane, they're also going for the Batrider, who's going to be in trouble. That pounds. Oh, with an Impale from Astral, calculating it perfectly after the Dark Pact. Melis can get away just barely. Okay, the aggression starts up top. That's exactly what HellRaisers should be doing, but that Impale saved his life. That was really solid Impale. Yeah, he worked out for them. I think it's a good little performance there. I think it's surprising. I mean, anything that saves the battery right now and makes him not have the worst early game in history, it's good for you, right? I'm sure Melis has a plan to recover, but it's still a tough lane. Well, let's see. For now, Young G has been stuck in this mid lane. That's the advantage of playing static DP, something I like as well. Sometimes, like, there's a lot of static heroes, like for example OD or I don't know, Doom is another good static hero where you just stay in the mid lane because you really can't do anything, right? So you might as well stay mid and farm. There are some heroes like Kunkka, for example, who can play both roles, but they're not too great at either. Like they should rotate around ghost ship timings, but they don't want to stay in the mid too long. And there's other heroes like DP where wherever they go, they kind of push everyone with them. So even though Puck wants to rotate right now, as long as the Spirit stays here and has Exo available, you just cannot fight against the DP. Because you cannot rotate a single support to mitigate the Puck's loss, right? If Puck leaves this lane, nobody can depush this lane with Exorcism up. So that's going to take the tower for sure. That's why Puck is forced to play statically, just because the TP is also doing this. Well, she's so strong. DK and Leshrac are the other two heroes that do this as well. Pugna can also say that. Pugna is so strong that you get the tower regardless. Astro, top lane, he will lose his life. Another kill for Kuman. 2 agility now on Kuman. Mid lane. Okay, they want to punish the DP. Does have Exo. And we have an early silence out for Desperate, which surprises them. They stops the initiation, but he might still die regardless. Has a Troc on him, and they will get the kill. They see him perfectly. That's going to be a black hole as well, just for a support. Lil is taking no prisoners. He just wants the kills. Malice joined in, but a bit too late. That's going to be a really good start for HellRaisers, taking advantage of the track gold as well. Okay, HellRaisers. This Bounty Hunter, at least for the early, is working out for you. You're punishing this really slow PA pick. That's good, honestly, for the guys that... Oh, that's really good for HellRaisers. Taking advantage of the Bounty Hunter nicely, putting some pressure mid lane, mitigating the impact of the DP. Hello, HellRaisers, showing up to fight properly, huh? Very different from the last game where they seemed a bit lost in the early rotations. This time, they have a very clear idea with a much weirder draft, so... Interesting. Maybe HellRaisers not the consistent team I give them credit for. Maybe this team is meant to be weird. They're like a peacock, you gotta let them fly, you know? You gotta let them sprout their beautiful plumage and show you how unique they are. But not team unique, mind you, because that would be terrible. That's not what HellRaisers wants to achieve. They got relegated. You don't want that. Cool, man. We'll have the Diffusal Blade soon enough. Love the build. Fastest build you can get, Diffusal Blade BKB. Going back to the basics. I think Ags is also really solid this game, honestly. Hell, you know what? I know that this is a really odd build, but Ags with the shard could be consideration in this game. Genuinely, because the extra attack speed is really useful. You have a track to make that work, right? The track combines well because you can always use the, what's it called, fish bait on them. So you get the extra attack speed. It's great against Nyx, so you get free kills there. It's a really good Ags game anyway. But I'm partially memeing. That is a really terrible shard, so I would be surprised if they picked it up.
Radiant are scanning.
You guys not able to get a single tower. It seems like this pick has not had the impact. Hopefully we can start to net worth soon. We can see how much net worth Bounty Hunter stole from the PA. Remember this, right? 85 last hits on PA. We have 34 on Bounty Hunter. And we'll see the net worth difference soon as it's minute 10. Lil, bottom lane. We do have Lasso. Malice is just committing to this. He wants to get the kill on Lil. Wants to get rid of the Enigma in his Eidolon, and he does in a sea of fire and flames. Of course, Malice dies as a result. In fact, he dies first. So he gives the gold there, or the experience, sorry, to the Enigma. And Desperate goes in. He's just trapped in the middle of the snakes. Nothing Desperate can do. Dreamco also punishes Astral. And they're just going one by one. Choo-choo! The Fate Train is here. And just everyone going in one by one. Dying to HellRaisers, which just set up there nicely with the snakes. They had a really good zone at skills. And of course, the Puck rotated. One of the difficulties is that once DP rotates and Puck can actually mirror you, it's very difficult for you to beat the Puck, because Puck just deals much more burst damage. And now I'd be really interested to see net worth. Very, very fascinating. There we go. So PA still did it really well. Bounty, though, we can see the Janata impact, right? Like, very few last hits, still being the DP in terms of farm. Janata and Track really doing work there. The PA has gotten the farm that you'd expect from the PA early. Of course, what's scary, though, is how long PA is going to take to come online, whereas Slark is already online. And we have Necros level 3 on Enigma. Yeah, that's a big fat dude. That's definitely level 3. Oh my goodness, that's really good farm. That's an Enigma 4, boys. That is not, in case you guys missed the draft, that is not Enigma 3. That is not offlane Enigma. Not carry Enigma. It's 4 Enigma going to the jungle. And you sacked your bounty, and you still recovered nicely with Track. Good usage of the bounty here. Of course, I didn't see this in the draft because I didn't like the Shadow Shaman 5, and I still don't. But I find that it's a good idea. Bounty is one of the few offlaners that can solo lane and recover in a very different way than Timbersaw or Sand King, for example. Because Timbersaw or Sand King, they can solo lane and win. Or they, well, not always. But they can solo lane and withstand themselves. Then Timbersaw will win, Sand King might just tie. In the case of Bounty, it's not about that. It's about the mid-game where your Track recovers you, so it's fine. Top lane, we see a kill here. Or an attempt at a kill against the Bounty Hunter. Only 2 supports though. Will they have the damage? It doesn't seem like it for now. They use all their spells on the Bounty. Bounty's still tanky. And now, it's time for them to come back in. Resolution with a Track. They see Nyx, and they punish the Nyx. Astro, oh, never mind, Spike Garpus! They completely forgot about that. They used a little play where you do the last hit, you know, cool guys don't look at kills, they just walk away. But they forgot about Spike Garpus, and they missed a really valuable track kill. That was going to be more recovery gold for Bounty Hunter. When you play against Bounty, heroes like Nyx become a huge liability because usually these heroes are supposed to scout, create space, give you information, and die. That's what they want to do. They want to die. Twilight Die used to play the Nyx a lot for a reason. They used to play the Bounty a lot for a reason. He likes to die, and he picks heroes that can die. A Bounty makes any death on the board is valuable. Okay, this kill in the bottom lane, though. Still pretty good. That's a 4, but it's a really farm 4. I think I was a bit hasty. I don't know if Lil wanted to use a Black Hole there, but Kuman's finally joining in a bit later, but it's going to work out. Diffusal Blade's available. Kuman, weird pounds. Doesn't matter. Melis, target. DP. There's Exo. What? Are you going to bully Melis? You already bullied him in lane. And now they go for the Slark. You want to create him, turn him to Sushi. Can they do that in time? Shadow Dance for now. Kuman will get stung by the Inkswell, and he will be punished. Okay, Kuman. They also find the Bounty Hunter. Also punished by the Impale and killed off. Resolution cannot deal with his DP. Usually you don't see a DP fighting this early. Usually, the PA. You don't see the PA fighting this early. You don't see her rotating this early. She's just perma-farming mode. But this PA acknowledges she can't let her teammates die this easily. If she gives a Slark these extra essence stacks, if she lets them snowball, Slark will be unstoppable force in the late game. And this all started because Lil had a questionable initiation where he thought he could Black Hole and set up for the Slark and Bounty Hunter coming in. But he just died there, surprised by the lasso. I like that Melis doesn't doubt to use lasso on the support, by the way. Like, both times just went, nah. Just lasso. Almost have Arcane on the Enigma, and that's going to help him out. I think maybe Grease build is warranted this game. Again, since you're 4, you're not really a big mean Black Hole, right? Oh, no, I don't know if this is the right play, though. There's no Exo. They have Dream Coil. And it goes straight for the Nyx Assassin. Desperate trying to kill Lil first. Black Hole, only for the Bat Rider. Not going to succeed. Lil will die a bit too soon. And the DP trying to help control the Bounty Hunter, but in the backlines, Melis is struggling. Those Purges actually finish him off. And Dukas in a similar position. EP trying to get the counter kill here on the BH, but so difficult because Bounty Hunter tracked movement speed a bit too high. And now he realizes he's been left alone. He sees the Slark, and he will kill the Bounty before he dies. But as a result, he will give Kuman a bit more agility and all the track gold as well. I think Reza was happy to die there. He did his job, put the track in. He's just happy to die. He gave all the part of the Slark. Of course, this might look like a bad play, and it was. It was definitely a win for HellRaisers. But at least they're fighting away from the towers. At least for now. Now the push starts to happen. They're mitigating some of the impact of HellRaisers, and they're fighting away, most importantly, their PA. As long as the Phantom Assassin has farm right now, as long as it can come online, you just have a chance. This hero honestly can turn around any game, and the quarter-core is really beneficial for you. If this game goes bad in the next couple, like 10 minutes or so, PA can always opt for the X instead. Try to cut lanes. It's a difficult game to cut lanes with against a bounty, but you can try. Okay, now, in your own triangle, you're much more comfortable. He joins in yet again. With the -2G, that Dream Gold was for nothing. It's no again, he says, as he proceeds to murder Young G. Shackles no punish him. This will keep you to stop fighting with your team and to keep on farming. But they cancel the Shackles in time. Everyone's here to make sure that the PA can have a good time. Exorcism has been used just so DP can go into this fight. PA needs some Phantom Striking. The Hex stops her. Is there Shackles available? They do. They're gonna punish completely Krillats. What his benevolent soul. He wants to help his team. He wants to be a good teammate, but unfortunately, you need to be farming PA. You need to be a greedy, heartless core. I don't know how you're supposed to get back into this game. Genuinely, PuckChamp, the 10k difference is a pretty big deal. In securing farm for the PA is becoming harder and harder as you lose objective after objective. The early fights were nice for her, but now you're just going into really dangerous fights. And look, Kuman's not afraid of the Nyx whatsoever. That Hex impactful. Another kill guarantee for Kuman. 5 agility now for him. Now some trouble. There's the Shuriken toss. Desperate, Dream Coil, okay, and Desperate with a Yol Scepter. He's gonna try to get away, but he's gonna be hexed a bit too early. Esper will fall. And they will continue to... Oh. They'll continue to go further and take this tower in the middle lane. With this, Yao, you lose the map control in a very serious position. It's made at 20. Like, the push is good for HellRaisers. PuckChamp is going to struggle to find space for the PA. And now it's time for a contingency plan. You need Ags on PA. It's the only way that you can really win this game now. I understand why Krillat might consider not going for the Ags, but you just need Ags. If you don't cut lanes right now, it's just going to be impossible. Enemy team is a bit too far ahead. And the track gold will make this farther and farther ahead. DP's been cancelled. Batrider's a support at this point. Grimstroke is a creep. Like, you don't have a team. You have PA +4. And PA +4 can still be won if you have an Axe. It's still really difficult. It's a tall order. They can punish you with Bounty Hunter, but it's your best bet. These kills, though, are very valuable. Unless Lil counter-initiates with a black hole. Are you serious? Puck comes in. They're actually going to be able to not save Lil, at least get a double kill from this. Actually, no, they don't have the Dream Coil. Don't walk into the fire here. There we go. Melis will finally fall. Astral will join him in the grave. And Kuman gets yet another kill here. And more agility for him. As Vanscore proceeds to lead the charge. Now the Dream Coil available. Then go for the PA. He has been silenced, though. Desperate. Might just get the kill on the Puck. Goodbye to Young G. Resolution. Sorry, Kuman fighting head-on with Krillat. But Kuman has been stunned for a bit too long thanks to the Inkswell. And there's just 2 against 5. That's not going to be the play, HellRaisers. They give the enemy team a huge leeway here. Sacrificing 2 of their most important cores. The only hero to be there was Bounty Hunter. They already lost Shadow Shaman and Enigma in the backlines. Yes, you forced 1 or 2 buybacks, but you're still happy with that with PuckChamp. You didn't have to buy back on PA or on DP, your main core, and that recovered DP slightly. PA still leading in terms of net worth. I mean, together with a Slark, of course. Head-to-head. Yeah, I apologize. I will call Kuman a couple of times Kuma. It's unfair. It's gonna happen. I apologize for that. It's not on purpose. It's just my accent. You're gonna Spaniard 2 vowels, 1 short, 1 long, and the Spaniard just came out. It's like the bane of our existence.
Dire's top
Solar
tower
Crest
is under attack.
available on Zack side of Res. I like the PKE choice, by the way, on Res. I think it's really smart. As for stuff, I don't think that these really need to go for anything else. Like, if you go for Orange, you go for PKB. And since this game you were leading by, we'll go for PKB. Solar Crest is solid because you're playing on the Slark. But it is kind of scary that Krillat is starting to amass enough farm to deal with you. She has PKB now. I don't know what's gonna be. I mean, there's no act on Puck. Rezo starting to realize that he broke the smoke with yes. Yeah, then you saw the vision. They go for the Puck, and that's much more valuable. Young G will fall. They leave Rezo alive. It's okay, Young G buys back immediately. He comes back in with the John to the sword, which is why Young G can fight right after. They can only find supports here. Like, wait, Dream Coil find nothing? Use Dream Coil, use DK, use a buyback. All for 2 supports, dude. That feels bad, man. PuckChamp will be pretty satisfied with what they accomplished there. Wait, how did the Slark just complete BKB? What? Wait, can we check BKB charges here? Was that just a bug? Just hover over the BKB for a second. I'm pretty sure I saw him golden there, but it just said that he completed the BKB. That must have been. No. I'm just gonna presume I was right. He did use the 10-second BKB for that one. As a later next item for the PA, that's gonna be the final 4 item for her. As a pick of Roshan, Aegis for Young G, Desperate. We do have the BKE for her as well. Of course, Black Hole's still top. Desperate, careful. Oh! Last one to get rid of the Enigma immediately. Exorcism as well, committed. Yeah, these guys. Now, if they go in, they go ham. They die. They don't back out. They're committing the lasso, they're committing the exo. This could be dangerous because now HellRaisers will have the opportunity to fight you when Exorcism is down. Maybe PuckChamp is just planning to cut lanes from now on. See, they're definitely trying to make Exorcism work to just push it down. Desperate field face for the deactivate is just for a single kill. Yeah, he feels very dumb. He's like, I think I screwed up because now they know they can just fight you. They know that you don't have Exorcism. No matter how strong the PA is, even with the BKB, you're not getting able to fight with that Exorcism. That's a big source of damage. And the big reason why he's relevant in this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Melis? Yeah, they hit him. Another minute as well. No, I mean, there's not much you can do against him, which is pretty much playing free, by the way. It's more fun than the puck at this point. Astral, is he shuriken toss? Did you think you were gonna get away? You cheeky little Nick sass. I'm surprised the Krillin could manage to. I mean, obviously, the only reason it works out and I can still farm this much is because the enemy team can switch this area, right? That was a huge blunder by HellRaisers, but gave the chance to come back into the game. And now you can finish your core and still tries to go for Ags if you think that the game is still not in your favor, or just try to follow your core and go for Basher instead, which I think is also appropriate. Desperate. And then once you get tracked, though, I don't know if you want to stay here too long. Yeah, we're gonna get first with you. So BKB activates immediately. Has no exorcism. Desperate. Doesn't want to die though. Doesn't want to die. He's just trying to bait our resolution, and it's almost working. He almost got the kill on Rezo, but that BKB saved Rezo's life. Now we have Desolator on Phantom Assassin. That's great. Dezo for Krillat. We'll see what next item she decides to go for. Basher seems to be the appropriate item, honestly, this game. But again, I understand the Ags. I've noticed that this is a build that people in Europe don't buy as much. I've noticed this a lot in China and SCA when they do play the PA. Well, when they see the PA is losing, they just go straight into the Ags. They don't even think about it. And I've seen some incredible games being won by just a PA cutting lanes like that. It is impressive. But I understand in this region, they just trust the PA to just fight head on. I feel like now you're strong enough to deal with the Slark nicely. The question, though, is now every single stun in the game. This is when it becomes difficult when you are forced into a full protect 1 up against Shadowshaw, Puck, and Enigma. These three guys, they only want one thing, and it's disgusting, and that's PA's life, right? They want to murder the PA 100%. They want to stun the PA. They have no need to stun anyone else in the team. Maybe Bert murder the DP because she's still a bit annoying with the exorcism, but it's really just about the PA right now. She's close to hitting level 18. I love the plate mail, casual plate mail. Turn into Shivas later if you want to, whatever. Doesn't really matter, just to tank the damage early. So you can be a bit more of a damage sponge for the PA. Now they know Krillat is here though. They're just seeing creeps disappearing from nowhere. Yeah, but he wants to hold the high ground. Very smart by Krillat. Playing a very consistent game. Fighting farm like this on PA is not that easy, honestly. He's maintaining himself at the same level as Slark with a track in his team, so that's incredible. Of course, the track goal has worked nicely for them. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
16k lead against a PA with a bad core-to-core matchup. I mean, obviously HellRaisers is winning, but there's a chance for PuckChamp. That Ags resolution next. I don't love this build. Maybe more damage against PA is the idea. I like
Dire structures are fortified.
I would much rather you go for like Crimson Guard or honestly anything else. Solar Crest, I think was the idea earlier. Man, I have never seen someone miss so many Serpent Wards lasting. With your attack speed as well, like it's pretty good. You just kept missing them because the tower kept hitting them. You're being outlasted by a tier 3 tower. They definitely want to initiate this. I don't know, PuckChamp, this might not be the right choice to play this. They go immediately for the DP, but oh, she's just the damage sponge here. Giving a bunch of stats to the Slark. Where's the PA though? Coming from behind, but they don't have the high ground advantage, so they don't really want to initiate. Just hold their own. Again, another exorcism forced out. This is level 3 though, so Desperate might just feel confident enough to go away. Nice 2-man silence, 3-man silence actually. But you just don't have the vision advantage here. And now you might just move Desperate in the middle of exorcism. That's really bad. BKB activated immediately by Uman. They don't want to go for him either. Because they're just afraid. He had double damage still. They had the high ground advantage. I don't know if that was the best play. Second exorcism, that was a bit questionable by Desperate. I understand because you're losing though the need to do these things. Like you don't have enough information to be able to save your exorcism for the right time. And whenever you use it, you feel like you just need to do something with it. However, that's one of the issues I see, right? If you use it and you messed up and you blundered, don't go for the sunken cost fallacy. Don't think, oh, I gotta make sure that this works now. I gotta stick with this plan. No. You know it was the wrong play. You're fine with that. Like you didn't have the information available. Just don't manipulate. Oh, that last zone. Hoping to kill Resolution. Instead, it kills Ducalis. They do manage to finish off Rezo though in the backlines. As Melis outruns this thanks to Essence Drink, he will survive. Lil in trouble, but Drinkle comes in, hoping to punish this PA. She still has the BKB, so she could get away. I just want to use it just to kill an Enigma. And they acknowledge that there's no Stark nearby, so they just let the enemy team go. They killed the Bounty Hunter in exchange for, what, the Grimstroke? I don't think it's that big a deal. Good kill on the Bounty Hunter. Has a high net worth.
Illusion.
So, murder Astro relatively easily. I mean, he's just creating space right now as a 4. I think that's the best thing you can do, really. Just sacrifice yourself constantly. Try to create space for the PA, because she's not going to create space for you whatsoever. It's in a line now after the Basher. Interesting choice. If you're going to go for something like that, I would rather see a hand probably. I see an idea. I think this is like a mitigation for what used to be satanic. Oh, I think that through. Otherwise, they're not they should do this. Yeah, they go for the quick. They get a lucky crit. Not for now. Dash for now, but they take a shot inside. And yeah, no crits there. So unfortunately, they'll survive this. Step dagger used to continue against them. Put lining on the tower in the mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
There we go, okay.
Dire's
That's the
middle tower.
first, guys, we did it! The mid-tier 1 fell! Mid-29! The comeback is incoming! PuckChamp's almost there! No, but it's, you know, it's a long road. And what is this thing that the lifestyle gurus say? Each long road, or each journey begins with a first step, or some stupid stuff like that. There we go, that's the first step. And now the second step is murdering Bounty Hunter, even forcing out his BKB. Ideally, if you can kill Shadow Shaman, that's great too, but don't fight it too hard. We stop BKB on Krilat. They lose Astral early. Krilat does not want to fight this, just leaves. No questions asked. We have Break and Silver Edge actually on the start. Oh, but the BKB, they want to actually fight this back. They lost the high guard advantage, but the black hole comes in. Can't be cancelled with the BKB, and that should be a kill on the BA. She has no lifesteal, which means she's just gonna fall. Krilat, goodbye to him. DP joins him in the graveyard, and Astro was also stuck in that black hole. So unfortunately, yes, they'll kill Young G, but in exchange for their PA, one of the more impactful black holes we've seen in this match, Lil was just saving it. He was savoring that moment. He knew, he's like, if I catch PA, if there's no lasso, and I have BKB, oh, my black hole is going to be so hard to cancel. Hard, I mean, absolutely impossible.
Is under attack.
Very well done there, Lil. Sometimes patience does work out. In this case, that long patient game. Use the black hole minute 30, finally worked out, and you got a really valuable PA kill.
Radiant's top tower is being denied.
Roshan will fall. Just ages and cheese, I think. Roshan will see that. I'm going to turn Roshan into a big lamb. Or a big chicken or something. That's the way to solve world hunger, right? Just need to find something like really big. Just turn that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Thank you. Thank you, Observer, for pointing that out. Pretty certain it was a second Roshan. I would be surprised if it was a third one. Soul Reg was a nice pickup at the start. I mean, the issue with Soul Reg though is that, of course, it's only 5 seconds of break, right? So you might consider, like, you might still need to go for MKB because you still have evasion, the other extra seconds in the team fight, of course. So it's still consideration for the Slark as an MKB. It's a good item for Slark anyway, so it's not bad to pick it up. But I understand why the Soul Reg first, because Shadowblade is so good this game. So okay, see a double crit. We're looking for resolution. Rezo does get a kill onto DOTA2LIVE, but in exchange for his own life, unless, really, I think BKB on PA, because I saw the Shadow Shaman, and for now, Rezo will survive. Last hit from the DP will do the trick, as they murder Vanscourt and Cold Blood in the backlines. They force another BKB, this time from the Death Prophet. Another Exorcism! Desperate just needs to fight this now, or maybe not. This is the wrong fight. They're going to kill him in the middle of Exo. It is too big a deal. Even if she has buyback, they don't have Exorcism. Now this is like the porn to fight. There's a really big red flag here for PuckChamp. HellRaisers should have the opportunity to just go into the high ground. I mean, they have Asia still, right? I know you lost 2 heroes, but the enemy team lost 4. if anything, force buybacks. You know DP can't do much without that exorcism.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, guys, Young G, by the way, is I'm pretty sure it's a homage to God is Dead, which then shortened his name to God, which then shortened his name to G, which is a very famous Russian player. Now plays 5, used to play mid. More people will remember him if you guys are like back in the old Dota days. Not only from Virtus.Pro, the Virtus.Pro that beat Secret out of TI and TI 6, I want to say, which was awesome with the FNG stack, but also you might remember him from LGD International back in the TI 3, TI 4 days. It was one of the first teams to actually pick players from different regions, because back then, the idea of picking a player and like sending him to a different region to play Dota was incredible. Like it was like, what? Who does that? Well, God was one of the first. Also, they had the best ad. The ad was like a big meme where they all like do the first gamer pose ever done, I think, was actually LGD International. Like the gamer pose where you like cross your arms, you look into the camera, you seem angry about something for whatever reason. That gamer pose, that was God, guys. The guy pioneered a bunch of stuff in Dota. Sure, like he was a good player and stuff, but he pioneered a gamer pose. That's a much bigger deal. Abyssal Blade on PA. That's going to help her deal with the Starks. She still went for the SNY. Again, I think this is more of a substitute for Satanic, but I would really like if someone in her team could go for Vlad's or someone could give her lifesteal. Like, I understand that this is more about the side of resistance, of course, and that's why you don't build Satanic straight up. But in a lot of team fights, it seems like you could recover if you just had that Satanic, right? If you just had another way of coming back into the game. I still think you might just be able to buy Satanic. Oh, the Stifling Dagger to trigger Aeon Disc. You want to get the kill, of course. I don't think it's that bad to buy Satanic this game, honestly. I know it got heavily nerfed at the resistance, but I think it's still viable. In the last fight, if you had Satanic, you would have survived the Black Hole and then proceeded to murder. So, you know, if he's your sole carry, you need more ways of dealing with him. We still have BKB on Desperate. Grim Claws for you. There's an Ags. Oh, Desperate. Did not know there was an Ags. They just broke the coil and died. Cool man. No, we're gonna push the tower mid. With double damage.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Take the
fallen.
bottom rack as well. Let's get to the dagger. Monoburn on top of that. And Tail on top with Madman Stark. Second time they're fighting against a Stark with double damage. Really tough for them, honestly. Kind of lucky for Kuman, getting a lot of good double damage this year. Has Aegis, so if PA jumps and gets a crit here to murder him, then you're also losing with PA, right? So it's not good. Oh no, Melis. Out of position. Essence Drink will not save you there, buddy. You have no mid laner, you have no off laner. Even if they take the Aegis, not really going to help him. They just want to kill Kuman without committing too much. Ghost, everything. Stifling Dagger, finally. Aegis taken away. And the buybacks happen. Melis is coming back with a last They want to punish Resolution. They get a bash, and that should be Resolution dead to the Ghost. Okay, at least one kill there. That wasn't an Aegis. And Melis wanted more. He still has the last So he really can't initiate here. You have Exorcism, though. Even if no BKB can DP. DP, they managed to murder DOTA2LIVE. No! Shadowlands comes out of time. Krillab lacks the damage. They're just trying to be damage pumped again. The wall. So Krillab can truly hit. You lost the BKB on Krillab. But also, Shadowlands and Kuman. He still has that cheat until they go for the Enigma. So afraid of initiating. Look, Krillab. That doesn't want to commit too much. And finally, though, seeing that TP, it could have been a favor. Krillab said anything. Acts that the bounty hunter will do, honestly, this game. But Red has it. So. Cause in the back line, Melis, no laugh though. Can't really punish his aggression. And he supports yet again. And because of these track fails, these supports dying constantly over and over again, giving so much gold to the enemy team. It's not really their fault, because when you're losing, what you need to do is commit suicide with your supports and try to create space that way, but it's different. Okay, level 25 in PA though. I'm assuming she went for the triple strike Stifling Dagger, because most people don't go for the crit chance. We'll see now. Yep, triple strike. Then score as the Aeon Disc, so he'll survive. For now, creates enough space for the Slark to get away, which is important. Melis, though, or Nyx actually, still chasing after the Slark. They don't even realize this. Slark should know, though, once he reveals himself. Yeah, they scan him. Nyx, you've been caught. Nyx is gonna go down. Because, of course, Slark knows when he's being seen. And all of a sudden, if there's no ward and a ward appears out of nowhere, either Nyx is there or the enemy team is right behind you, trying to ward. Melis, oh no. He's trying to cut the lane in the mid wave, but instead, he's just going to give his life away to Kuman, who has 20 stacks of agility now. Usually, stacks of agility don't matter too much, but that's 2 Blades of Alacrity now on the Slark for free. A tough game to play. Here's a tough game to play right now if you're PuckChamp. You know that the slightest mistake you make will be your last here, especially with the black hole. The front of the black hole is so scary. And Dreamcoil with Ag now makes it much more difficult as well to initiate. Oh, we have Lincolns on the Slark straight up, and I feel like we have a second Lincolns, right? I think that Lincolns on Slark and on Puck. Is that possible? That's the PA. That's different here. But okay. She got Orb Destruction, she had Enchanted Quiver a bit earlier, which I think is fine. Orb Destruction might be a bit better for the consistent damage. I just check Puck for a second.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
What is it? What is that color? Green, like vomit green hero. Oh, no, vomit green works. Yeah, he has Lincolns too. Okay. There's double Lincolns to stop two Stifling Daggers.
Behold!
Stifling? Stifling Dagger. Yeah, sorry. 2 Stifling Daggers. Also good for stopping well, actually, you don't have anything else really to stop. Nyx is done. In the bottom lane is a little bit of a fight. PA just outrunning this. Smoke just to get there faster. Can they catch up to them? No lags. But there isn't the pistol. At least the support might die here at Ducala. And they come into Dreamcoil for that. This time an Exorcism though. Used properly, they should be able to fight this. In fact, PA goes for the puck and murders him in cold blood. However, the black hole now cancels the PA. The patience by Lil. He just wait for PA to jump. This happens twice. It's the 2 team fights where PA has a bit of an impact and immediately punished by the black hole. They knew it. Like, it wasn't even a mistake by PA because you have to do something at some point. You can't just stay behind your whole game and hope that your team will win it for you. But when you play a 4 Protect 1 against an Enigma, unless you're playing Wraith King or some other carry of the sort that's like that, like Abaddon or maybe even CK because he's really tanky or whatever, it's just so difficult to play. Like, I feel like PuckChamp did a pretty decent job of taking this to the late game, but HellRaisers, they're a veteran team. They know what they're doing. Lil knew how to play with this Enigma. He knew what his role was, and all he had to do this game was cancel the PA. That was very solid. Honestly, what a solid game. I feel like maybe options here for the PA could have been like Satanic, Aeon Disc, things like these to just survive. But unfortunately, I don't think that would have been enough either. Like, the threat of the black hole was too big, and once you got the Dreamcoil with Ags, it became pretty much impossible for Quillat to jump into any fight. HellRaisers play this really well, though. Incredibly patient game. They showed me the power of the Bounty Hunter track. I think it was really well utilized this game. The early game rotations were on point because Bounty Hunter could stay alone in the lane while they secured the mid lane with, they secured their farm with Lil in the jungle. And it was just a bit of a snowball effect. We did see a couple mistakes from Desperate, particularly. I feel like his exorcism was a bit like hasty, but it's easy to call the mistakes when you're a spectator because we see the whole map. We see everything that's happened. We know those exos are mistakes. He doesn't have that information available to him. So it's a bit hard to really like criticize him for those mistakes because, again, he doesn't have that information. It's hard to make these kind of judgments, especially snap judgments with something like a DP. So overall, I don't think it's PuckChamp played too badly. HellRaisers, though, does show us why this is one of the top teams in CIS in general, even if they're not in Division 1. I think in Division 2, they showed some great prowess. And we'll see what happens in game number 3. Another 3-game series. Let's see if PuckChamp can take game number 3 and recover from this loss, or if HellRaisers will continue with the streak and take the next game as well. My name is Mr. All Plus. You're watching Snow Sweet Snow. Remember to follow the channel, and we will be joining you shortly in like 10 minutes for the 3rd game between PuckChamp and HellRaisers. See you guys then. PuckChamp's already getting rid of some of the more popular ones. The Resolution Night Stalker, that's pretty strong with the Coddle. They did this. It wasn't the DPC. It wasn't the. I think it was a match in Snow Sweet Snow. They did play one match in DPC with a Night Stalker offlane, but it's mostly. I remember watching a match. Maybe it wasn't even this season or something, but it was the idea of Coddle with an Ags, a Night Stalker, of course, in the offlane position, and then your Chakra Magic, and there's double Void in an area, which is absurd. That's 700 damage in an area, pretty much. It's ridiculous. So it was a very, very powerful combo. That's why they probably banned the Night Stalker. You still have a couple other ones though. PL comes to mind as one of the more solid ones. PL is really good against Shadow Shaman as well. Because Peel is one of the few heroes, like he's one of the few carries that when you pick an anti-carry draft, like Enigma, Shadow Shaman, these guys that just really punish 4-protect ones, he can avoid that, right? So it's like if you don't want to pick an Abaddon or a Wraith King because you don't want just a tanky hero, you can pick PL, and he's probably the closest thing you have to a really solid pick. So yeah, I don't mind the PL as an option here, particularly because of the Coddle. Also works really well with the current recall, so that's great. But for now, HellRaisers, they're going to pick their supports, just the line. You don't want to define something that PL this early. But if you don't define it by the 4th pick, they're going to ban it, right? So I wouldn't risk it, frankly. Unless PuckChamp reveals their carry here. I don't know. You're just not going to get a good lineup, right? Your PuckChamp is 1st pick right now. It seems like HellRaiser seems to be 2nd pick. So in the case of PuckChamp, you definitely do want the... You have the advantage right in this phase because you have the 4th pick, right? Or your 4th pick, rather, which you protect with 2 bans. So by doing that, unless PuckChamp picks a hero that's particularly good in SPL, they're probably going to ban that hero. Just it comes to mind. Now PuckChamp have to decide what to do. Do they want to flex the DP? Do they want to just pick their offlaner here? You don't know the enemy carry, but you know they're probably going to pick it last. If you pick your offlaner here, you give the enemy team leeway to pick their carry. So you might just pick your 5. And then you say, hey, DP can still be flexed mid or offlane. You were pretty satisfied with last game as DP versus Puck. I don't think it was a bad game from Desperate. The problem was more in the mid game. What could you run? Oh, not sure, honestly. Yeah, we'll see. PuckChamp is really thinking about this because they're really afraid of revealing too much. If they reveal their offlaner, you're giving leeway for HellRaisers to pick up a carry, which of course you want the earliest carries to combo with the Coddle. If you pick up a support, though, you reveal where the DP is being flexed at, or at least you're revealing the DP's 3 or 2. Ah, yes, their own version of the their own version of flex, which is the IO. Usually, PuckChamp plays the IO as a carry. However, that said, Ducalis does like the IO a lot. He did say in an interview, and particularly in this tournament, that he particularly loved the IO a lot. Shout out to Murdercore, great interviewer for this tournament. Has done a great job of giving more insight on the players. So, big fan of Murdercore. I really would love to see him in more tournaments, dude. I think the guy did an awesome job. Anyway, I'm not just saying that because we worked together. It's the first time I worked this tournament, so I'm an unbiased observer. Richie kept every day kept telling me, Murdercore, this guy's awesome. His interviews are really well in depth, and I was like, really? And then I watched him, and yeah, no, he was totally right. He was awesome. He gave me a lot of info. So thanks, dude. IO can slowly play as a carry. If that's the case, I'm going to run a Tusk or a Undying or an Abaddon. Usually these are the 3 picks that they run with the IO core. And then you run him, obviously we pick up your 5 next. HellRaisers doesn't really have an option to deal with this because the AA is not even in the pool for them anymore because you already have your supports picked up and you can't really flex the Lion or the Coddle. So it's tough. Usually the answer that teams have done against the IO core has been the Weaver. The Weaver's pretty solid because you deal well with the IO and you avoid the IO decently, and usually the IO cannot match your damage. So Weaver's been a pretty good option. I know Kuman also plays the Weaver. For now, just the Mars. Okay, so they're not even going to pick up their carry here. Okay, this is a bit weak, though, because I feel like the 1st pick is much better utilized than the 2nd pick. Your mid laner was defined so early that you don't really care about the 2nd pick as much. Yeah, your carry will be uncountered, but now you get 2 bans on the carry. Oh, PuckChamp doesn't even reveal where the DP is going to go now. Interesting. So with this, the DP is a flex as 5, as 4, 5, 3, and 2, right? Because you don't know where the DK is going. DK can be 1, 2, or 3. IO can be 1 or 5, even maybe 4, depending on Shadow Shaman, right? So it's a massive flex of these 3 heroes, and they're all really tanky. You would love to pick up an Ancient Apparition or something that can at least reduce healing, but that's not an option here. What other options? You don't actually have there's no other hero that reduces healing naturally. So yeah, it's pretty good. You get rid of the Morphling. Again, I think the Phantom Answer is a good idea. Mind you, with DK, not that big a deal anymore, but sure. I would still be safe. DK also nullifies a bit of the pick of the Weaver. Yeah, it's a really solid draft by PuckChamp, and HellRaisers doesn't really know what to do. They went for a much more consistent draft, which is ideal, and now they're banning the Abaddon. Because that's the combo. You ban the Abaddon and Tusk, most likely. Oh, Tusk is already banned. So you ban maybe Abaddon and Undying. Those are the two heroes that still are picked with IO. Yeah, I think that's the best option probably that you have as HellRaiser, and just to assume IO as carry. And then PuckChamp, if they were really smart, they would just flex the IO as a 5, pick the DK as their mid laner, Death Prophet, or whatever, DP, Death, DK, I don't care where you go. And then you pick up a different carry. And you surprise him, saying, ha, IO was a supporter all along. Of course, the problem with this is that if IO is a support, you still have the carry pick for HellRaiser. And that if IO is support, Weaver carry even becomes better this game against the IO. The DK makes him a bit weak, but it's still kind of justifiable depending on what a carry PuckChamp picks up here. I have a couple other options, though, that deal with the IO support nicely. And it's not like your lineup is bad against IO support, because Puck is great at killing him, Mars in a similar vein. So it's not the ideal IO support lineup. Yeah, we'll also be doing Viking versus HellRaisers Smashers here on this very channel. And it's going to be the next match. Yep. Also solo casted by me. What are you going to be running here? What are you going to ban, actually, mostly? TB. Interesting. So then I see a TB, I think. Probably not IO Core, because IO Core is really strong as TB. You mostly deal magical damage. TB doesn't really deal with you nicely. He's a bit too slow. I'm surprised. I know it's a Kuman pick, but still. I'm surprised that you're banning the TB here. And now HellRaisers, seeing this, they're like, is the IO really a core? Is it really going to be the carry here? Because it seems like right now you could easily run the TP as the offlaner and DK mid, and you still win those lanes, right? It depends, of course, on what HellRaisers runs as their carry. But unless they run like Dusa or Drow, DP should have a decent lane, worst case scenario. She's not that inconsistent. Maybe you're not afraid of the Undying, though, because the combo with Undying IO is not that powerful, so maybe that's why you don't want to ban it either. We'll see. Every time I've seen the IO be successful as a carry has been with Abaddon and Tusk, so... They've been a Timbersaw. They literally have no clue what they're drafting against. They just go, I don't know. Whatever these guys are going. They banned a support and a 3, dude. When you ban a 5 and a 3, yeah, you're like... You just can't... I mean, the DP IO lane is just really weak, honestly. It's just a very weak lane. So that's why I don't love the DP IO. I mean, it could be run, but I just don't think it's that strong. We'll see. We'll see what PuckChamp decides to run at the end. That TP ban was a bit weird, though, to me. Sanking. Oh, so it is DPI. Okay, that's a weak lane. You're not going to flex the DP then. Okay, so it's IO core as well. Clearly, it's PuckChamp. I mean, they always run the IO core. But you don't have that strong of a lane partner, though. I don't know if DP is going to be that powerful. Maybe because they saw the Mars and they thought, oh, against Mars it's fine. But I don't like the TB ban now. And now I'm HellRaisers. I'm thinking... Like, I still like the Weaver. I still think Weaver's pretty solid. Morphling would have been ideal. Of course, Morphling got banned. PA is decent, too. Oh, Anti-Mage. I mean, anything that can just cut lanes against IO is pretty strong. Anti-Mage is much better than TB. You should have totally banned Anti-Mage over TB, dude. I don't know about this one. I usually like Krillats IO, and I think he's insane. I've seen him win some games that seem impossible, but I don't know about this one. I feel like Anti-Mage is a bit of a free game, right? With they have a fair amount of consistent stuns, though, against AM. I don't know. This one's a tough one to guess. Because PuckChamp, like, it just depends so much on execution. If PuckChamp plays the early game as they should, or even if they have only a couple mistakes, they should be able to run with this. They should be able to run with this, all right? It should be relatively easy for PuckChamp. If HellRaisers decide to go... Like, if this go, though, however, PuckChamp makes a couple mistakes, or HellRaiser just mitigates the impact of the early game a lot, they should be able to at least farm for the Anti-Mage. The problem I see here for HellRaisers, despite I like this Anti-Mage pick a lot, is that your offlane and your mid lane are pretty bad. There's no way Puck is beating the TK, and I would imagine that Mars plus Keeper, Mars Coddle is not going to deal with the Death Prophet plus the IO. Even if I don't think that's the strongest combo in the world, I can still imagine Spirit Siphon being pretty powerful. And yeah, guys, in case you never watched PuckChamp, by the way, IO hard carry is what they always do. They always run IO hard carry. Like, DOTA2LIVE does like running the IO support. That's why I was thinking maybe today they could like surprise you with like an IO support. It'd be really cool. But it is definitely IO hard. Like, whenever I see this pick for PuckChamp, it's an IO hard carry. That's why I was surprised with the TB ban, because I was so certain it was IO hard carry that I was like, TB's not that great. But maybe Krillin believes the TB is a really good counter to IO hard carry. I'm not sure. I'll be honest. There's matchups that I'm confident in and matchups that I'm not. And 100% the IO hard carry core-to-core matchups are definitely not the matchups I'm confident in. Right? I do not know this hero well enough, unfortunately. We'll see as we go into the game. We can just have either the camera scene or just go straight into the game. I don't really mind. There we go. Hey guys. As the game commences, we'll miss the beginning of the smokes. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Production's on it. We're just getting everything ready for the game. All the HUDs and everything set up. And now with that, we'll have a really exciting game. So excited to watch Krillin IO carry. I think this might be one of the best IO carries I've ever watched. Like, seriously. There's very few teams where I see IO carry and I get excited because I think this hero is honestly kind of trash as a carry. I don't think it's that consistent. But with this team, dude, does it work out. I don't love the support combo, but I think it's still fun. So we'll see. We'll see how this works out for them. I am certainly excited. It's going to be a very fun match to watch. Initiation. Okay, for now. Nice burst strike on the 2. Is that going to be enough, though, for Melis? Doesn't seem like it. DOTA2LIVE is going to be the target in the end, but the healing from the IO saves his life, and for now, they're just going to be able to retreat. One thing that IO does benefit from the DP is that you have a really high base movement speed, so IO does naturally get a really high base movement speed off you as a combo, whereas... Oh, actually, DOTA2LIVE even went for a Windlace, I'm assuming. Can we just check on the DP's items? I'm kind of curious as to what she went for early. Oh, nothing? What? Oh, got the tether. Oh, stupid. A tether gives you the extra movement speed, of course, yeah. So it turns to 330, which I think she has base, 325, 330, into like 355. And that's insane. You already have boots, essentially, on the IO for free, just with the DP existence. That's not bad. So when you usually combine IO with the 3 main cores, which are Undying, Tusk, and Abaddon, those are the 3 supports they usually combine it with on PuckChamp. Unfortunately, those don't have the movement speed, right? Abaddon somewhat, but Tusk and Undying don't. It's more about the damage. So we'll see. We'll see how impactful this lane is. Regardless, though, since the mid lane is going to go your favor because it's DK versus Puck, it's not even a matchup that's like skill-based. Like, DK just exists. He breathes on Puck, and as long as you can last it like a semi-decent human being, you're fine. This is one of the easier matchups for DK. Level 1 Breathe Fire, though, is quite ballsy. Usually, some DKs will go for the... Like, level 1 Breathe Fire is decent for securing the range creep, but usually you don't need it, and the harassment from the Puck kind of annoys you, so you kind of need the Dragon Blood instead. Because you just don't need to secure the last hit from the range creep, because rarely will you lose lane control, because you're a melee hero. You can just walk anywhere, honestly, in this lane. And once you get level 3 is when the lane becomes really difficult for the Puck, of course. Because you get level 2 Dragon Blood, and then you're better than Netflix show. Nothing can beat you. But see, because he didn't go for the level 1 Dragon Blood, the Puck's harassment early was pretty strong, and so you forced the DK to actually go for some regen. Which is interesting. I wonder how valuable the level 1 Breathe Fire is to really justify going for that point and just taking a bunch of harassment as a result. Krillin actually gets the first blood against Lil. Don't worry, guys. Our observer's just not used to seeing the Puck carry. They don't know how powerful this is. We already have Overcharge. We already have this. I'm assuming DOTA2LIVE went for Spirit Siphon. And then we just have insane kill potential in this lane. They don't even have spirits, dude. It's just damage. Lil wasn't even expecting that. With this, I can imagine that you start going for PuckChamp. I mean, I don't think there's that much kill potential in the bottom lane, right? This was a mistake by Lil at anything. It wasn't really more than that. It was just a small mistake. And now, Resolution in trouble. Okay, here we go. The Spear of Mars. Resolution will fall as well. Yeah, just one last hit. Oh, he does save himself with the salve. That might just be enough. They don't have spirits just yet, and they missed the Crypt Swarm. Nice job, Lil. Body blocking there to make sure they can't get the counter kill. Still, that was almost a loss for them. That was still pretty bad. You almost lost the Mars there because you just got a bit cocky, and that DP is just crushing you on the lane. Ayo is just too strong a laner. It's not even that great of a partner, and you're already destroying this lane. I think it's just Krillap being incredible. Top lane, I think Sanking should hold his own against anti-mage. Usually, you play this lane as AM, is you gotta take away Sanking's mana so he can never actually threaten you. As how you play as Sanking is you just get 2 points in Caustic Finality and just play like you're a normal carry, right? And you just use your passive to deal damage to AM. He still suffers a lot against the Caustic Finality. He is a melee hero. You don't care so much about Burrow Strike. And in the middle lane, I don't think Desperate cares, honestly. It's all about the last hitting. And usually your attack animation, plus you being a melee hero, plus the fact they have Breathe Fire, and nice base attack damage should be good enough to get the last hits here. I actually see Sandstorm points for the Sanking. Not a bad choice either. I like the Burrow Strike plus Caustic Finality build a bit better because it's more useful in the mid game. But the Sandstorm just gives you more consistency in lane. And you're seeing enemy teams trying to do shenanigans where they pull and stuff. It's like, fine, sure, you want to pull. I'm just gonna go with Sandstorm, and the Sandstorm doesn't require too much mana either, so it's easier to use than Burrow Strike. That's probably the idea. Middle lane, Young G. No, they have the Dragon Tail. Yeah, you can't jaunt like that. Not against a DK. It's too easy to get the kill. Unless Young G, Breathe Fire, will finish him off. Nice job by Desperate. Yeah, I mean, the problem with Puck DK is not so much the lane. Many people concentrate on how easy the lane is. Of course, I mean, I do as well. It's easy to just say, oh, look, DK just tanks everything. Yeah, but the problem is that once you get to the mid game, you have one of the more consistent, probably the most consistent stun in the game, which is Dragon Tail. Low cooldown, immediate projectile unless you're in Dragon form, almost impossible to avoid, essentially, and pretty long stun. And it's single target as well, so like it's targeted, so you can't miss it. So it's just, as a Puck, you just don't do anything against DK. You can't play your usual Puck. You have to sometimes go for Aeon Disc or something like that just to survive against DK's initiation. And DK just sets up for the Puck, and then you have a bunch of follow-up, doesn't really matter, and then you kill the Puck. Especially with things like Shadow Shaman or Burst Strike, or Sanking. That's usually enough. We are seeing a maxing on the Sandstorm build, so it just seems to be a bit of a lane dominator build. They just want to push the lane and force AM to farm on the tower. That's fine. With this build, it does give a lot of leeway for Astral to rotate mid. That's quite important, particularly because mid is a free kill, honestly. You Dragon Tail with Shackles, and he's done for. Another difficulty of this Puck is that if Puck leaves this lane, very similar to the DP matchup, DK activates Dragon Form and pushes your tower. If you don't leave this lane, he might just push your tower regardless, because you are a DK. You're not like there's no way of kicking you out of the lane. And Dragon Form is a much more consistent, albeit slower push for the mid lane tower. And now all you need to do is go to the bottom lane, and maybe try to go for a kill here. We'll see. I have Heart of Defiance soon for... sorry, not Heart of Defiance. Humble Dominator for the IO. Not a bad timing for it. Desperate's like, oh yeah, take my mana, too. I don't care. Activates Dragon Form, though. It's unfortunate, because once the Lion comes in, you can't really just tank everything, right? Unlike DP, which forces supports out of lane. If they rotate 2 supports particularly, yeah, you're in a bit of trouble. You have to rotate your own supports. Your supports don't really net you any kills, because you're not looking to fight here, right? If it was a DP or a Lesh mid, you're looking to fight. It's fine. You know, rotate support, you kill them. Against a DK, all you need to do is waste a bunch of your support's time. If you accomplish that, your supports are there and they just live and exist to make DK not feel like they can get to the high ground. The tower won't fall as easily. It's still tough, but it's better than letting your tower fall, of course. Because when you do this, what happens is that DK, without even having to do anything, he weakens the side lanes because he forced all these support rotations. Once he has Dragon Form up, of course. Now he doesn't have it up. And by doing that, then you can just take advantage of your off lane, take advantage of your side of your safe lane. We're seeing that's why I believe the Sanking went for Sandstorm build. Because with a Sandstorm build, you push the lane, you force the AM to farm underneath the tower, and you can also take stacks and do whatever you want to lane. And you're given this much freedom, then, especially when the support leaves, AM is just fodder, right? And you can even kill him. Of course, it's difficult to kill him with an Epi, though, or with Sandstorm, just because of the nature of AM, and he has Counterspell, which gives him 20% magic resist at level 1. But it's good. Killing Courier is pretty important. Cool, man. Oh, he's gonna eat that Epicenter here. Do we have Shackles? Astral, really? They actually used the Epicenter, but don't use the Shackles. He would have been dead if they just shackled him in the Sandstorm, and now the counter initiation is good, And we should be able to get 2 kills off this. Do they have no vision? Seriously, they have a sentry. Yep. Melo's still fighting this though. One last burrow strike. That's going to finish off that score. Shackles for the puck. Too late, Astral. And now Astral will fall. That TP will not, unfortunately, complete. Too much damage from the AM. He had too much mana there. Really weird play there by Astral. Once the AM is stunned, even if it has counterspell, you should be secure to use Shackles on him. There was no need for him not to use Shackles there. He ran away when he shouldn't have, and that was a miscommunication. Lil will lose his life in the mid lane, and they at least take advantage of this top engagement where they force the puck there. You just take mid tower. So it's not too bad for PuckChamp. You're still getting an objective, but you just could have played that better. You just could have taken the AM. And you can tell that because, in this case, if Sanking is already charging the epicenter right after the burrow strike, you know that it's because he wants to fight this, right? So Melo should be telling his teammate, hey, dude, I'm going to epi here. I'm going to murder this AM. Please help. And you as Shadow Shaman, your response should be, hey, I'll shackle him, or I'll hex him, or I'll exist and I'll do something. Rather than, hey, I'm going to run away because I'm afraid of AM jumping after me. That's not going to happen if there's an epicenter punishing you, right? So... We'll see. We'll see. Small mistakes, though. I mean, it's small miscommunication, which is something that I think PuckChamp just needs to iron out for when they're in the upper division. I'm so sad that I don't get to cast them next season. Oh, yeah, definitely not. I don't get to cast them this next season in lower division. That's sad. It's unfortunate. It's like watching your babies grow or your children grow, and you realize, oh, I'm not going to see my children ever again. Well, not ever again, but they move out of the house and they become real adults, and you stop seeing them. But it feels with PuckChamp. Regardless, will lose its life in the bottom lane, but HellRaisers continuing to try to push his tower. As desperate, thinking of going top as well. He doesn't have Dragon Form just yet, but he can just put pressure top, and he's super tanky, so all you need to do is stay there. Now with the mid tower taken down, I think AM is one of the few carries that can still farm this lane and be somewhat safe. But of course, with the enemy high ground, careful, right? Because Shadow Shaman can always surprise you. Very odd choice of a creep, by the way, for the IO. He took the Vool Assassin, I think it's called. I don't even know the name of the creep by heart. The Vool Assassin, I want to say. It's just supposed to be... It's just the Gnolls, guys. Like, it's just the Gnolls. I don't know why Blizzard thought they could copyright Gnoll. Gnoll is like a big part of mythology. What the... Anyway. So the Vool Assassin, which is like a part hyena, part human thing, it's not the best creep for the IO, so I'm very surprised they took that first with the Helmet of the Dominator. You don't have a limit on the creeps you can take. You can take in Centaur, you can take in like a Kobold. Usually the Kobold is the first creep that IO takes because it gives you a lot of movement speed and you can go all over the map. Now we'll see as we swap to net worth that the IO and the DK are both leading. Pretty happily, pretty single-handedly. Sanking is not far behind thanks to his Sandstorm build. Really helps him farm a bunch. And now it's time for you to try to make plays with recall. Oh, that was a really good play actually. They smelled it, though. The DK TV's in time. That was a good idea, though. Arena Blood needs to be used now. Take advantage of the smarts now. Because you know that the enemy team has much more farm than you, and they're going to continue to farm like crazy. In fact, Krillat, I mean, he's soon to be halfway there. Actually, a little bit more than halfway there now. To the Ag, that's insane. That's a huge time for Ag. Like, it used to be the case that Ags wasn't that great of an item early because you needed the talents for spirits to really make it work. But now who cares, dude? You just build it as soon as possible, and you build it this quick. You don't need the talents, dude. You could just be powerful with the spirits maxed.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Interesting.
Dream Coil, okay, find the IO, careful. Tanking as well, joining in. Lion will fall. Vanscore will take the kill. Young G will also be in trouble. Melis joining in. Burrow Strike not available though right now. They did not have silence because Ducalis, of course, cannot go for an early silence, unfortunately. You are DP5 after all, and you need to let the name go.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, Might spilled for DK. Interesting. Wow, so one of DK that's impactful this game. Oh, okay, I know, okay. I didn't actually mention this earlier, but there's something that PuckChamp does, and a lot of teams don't do well with IO carry that I love particularly about PuckChamp, which is that they always pick a secondary carry to go with your IO. So you pick a secondary carry so that IO, once he gets his power peak, you know, you do the Ags, you do the whole thing, you create space, you can reach level 20, you're done, right? You don't need to do any more as an IO. And then once that reaches that point, if your secondary carry particularly has some push, like a DK, and you just combine with him with overcharge, and you push tower so quickly. So quickly. So that's a really solid play by, like, I really like that drafting by PuckChamp particularly. Kuma and Bullseye in the top lane. I don't even know. Melis was killed him with a simple epicenter, actually. That's surprising to see. And that's a really good idea. I forgot to mention this because PuckChamp actually always does this with Desperate on the DK. And I'm surprised the HellRaisers didn't think of banning that or whatever. I guess they didn't. I guess it's difficult because how the way the draft was proposed, it wasn't obvious that the IO was going to be a carry immediately. So, and either or, though, I think this is one of the things that makes PuckChamp IO carry a bit more impactful because you always have a secondary core to rely on. And I do like the Midas build because the Midas build allows you, as a DK, to farm enough gold to actually become a relevant carry, right? Used to be very popular back when DK had the 40% experience talent on the on level 10. No, level 15, I think it was. It was a really early level, and then you used to try to get the gold talent back in the day. But nowadays, the Midas are just more like if you want to play a DK that's a bit more impactful, that can always farm, but can also be playing aggressively. Because the Midas allows you to go for a gank, then farm in between, then go for another gank. So it's the best way to utilize a DK. Resolution, in trouble, Hex immediately. Esprit activates Dragon Form, they want to fight this. Io can just join in and relocate, which is available. Arena Blood has been committed though. And the DP is in trouble. Finger of Death are going to burst her down. DK a bit too tanky though. Io's not joining in though. They're just giving space to Krillot right now to farm. They poke the Dream Coil, and that could be the death of Desperate. Do they have enough magical damage to finish him off? For now, in fact, Melis reinitiates onto Vanscore, hoping to kill him with a Sandstorm. He will succeed, and the Shackles stops the God of War right in his tracks. Resolution can't even finish off Astral. Instead, they'll have to settle for Melis. Good little rotation by Young G. This whole time, Relocate was being held on. We still have a recall from Lil, so at least we can have the DK getting away, but Astral will have to sacrifice his life. And it seems like Krillot just was not interested in fighting whatsoever. Probably farming the last bit of his Ags, and he told his team, again, these are the small miscommunication I was talking about, right? It's very obvious when your team does one thing and you do something else that it's like, if the IO is waiting for the Ags, it's fine, it's a good play, but don't fight, right? Because you were not forced to fight, you were definitely looking for that fight. At least you can argue that fight gave him a fair amount of space because you fought away from objectives, but you did fight in your bottom lane, and because that's the case, there we go. So the IO was about to finish that. That's why he chose not to relocate. Again, the right play, that's so much more the coordination used to be there as well. There used to be consistency with your teammates as well. Had to find ban score. Fine. And the issue is because you fought in the bottom lane, since that is your dead lane, you could call it, they can take the tier 1 tower relatively easily. But now with initiation, you manage to make up for whatever happened in the bottom lane as you destroy both Vanscore and Young G with a simple epicenter. And you're going to go for the outpost as well. Desperate will lose his life, actually. He was actually killed off with the Arena Blood. Kuman even joining in, playing a bit more aggressively, acknowledging he can't play super slow anti-mage this game. They might lose as a result. The poor Mars. Resolution is not getting out of here alive as Melis guarantees that kill with a last little auto attack. But Kuman still playing aggressively, deciding, yeah, he can take the farm. He knows Io just wasted the relocate. He knows he can just farm this lane safely because there's no way Melis can kill him solo. So after taking the kill on the DK, he's going to work out nicely for you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Now with this, Krillot, BKB as his next item. There's going to be a solid little point of inflection. Again, you're not the sole win condition in this game, so I feel like you have much more liberty in your optimization. When you have a BKB here, it's going to be super impactful. Not much you need to do but create space for your DK, who's going to farm naturally because of the Midas. The death on DK, it does matter, but it doesn't matter as much because of where you died, right? You died in your dead lane, but you can't take the tier 2 just yet, so you can't really turn that into objectives easily. Lion will fall here for Vanscore. The consistent initiation from a DK, always so solid, so easy to get pickoffs of this hero. They're taking good advantage of it. HellRaisers, all they want to do is survive right now, right? They don't even be looking for kills. Like, they're trying their best with the Mars, because that's what you need to do. You need to play aggressively, but you just want to make sure the anti-mage comes online. Melis, nice little burst right before he gets caught by the Arena Blood and the Spear. Resolution throws the Spear out of spite. Won't catch Melis though. And the silence here from DOTA2LIVE. Hoping to go for the Mars kill. Melis nearby too with the Barrel Strike. Not gonna find him. Desperate. We do have a Breathe Fire here. But the Earth Spike will stop him. And, okay, they're reloading from behind. Do they want to fight this? They seem to want to. And it's going to work out with a Burst Strike immediately bringing the counter initiation here as Young G is disintegrated. So will Resolution. Desperate barely surviving this onslaught. Works out for them. And this is how you play the IO carry, boys. All over the map. Always bringing in reinforcements. Like, you have a team with a Coddle, and it feels like this team is much more impactful in terms of the global presence. Unfortunately, you can't kill Melis. Oh, maybe not. I mean, you can still kill Kuman. That initiation by Melis was pretty solid. The silence was right on point by DOTA2LIVE. I believe it's still level 1, though, on the silence, so it's not that easy to get the kill. And, of course, even if you commit Exorcism, it's just level 1, so killing an anti-mage is still difficult. That was very close. The couple points and counterspell helped him out a fair amount. BKB as well for DK, so just trying to go for as impactful, explosive mid-game as possible. Yeah, I'm also not very certain how the early kill happened with the anti-mage. I agree. Because this is what I expected, by the way. Like, the earlier kill we saw up top, right? We couldn't see it because the camera didn't catch it, and he just died, I'm assuming, to Epicenter. But, like, this guy, we saw the same thing happen, and he didn't die to an Epicenter. Mind you, he has Counterspell Max now. But still, I wouldn't imagine that's, like, that easy to get a kill on the anti-mage. Epi is good, but Epi is not that good. Particularly not against an AM. I'm assuming he's just low HP up top, and him just playing a bit too aggressively on Kuman. It's fine. You can afford to do a couple mistakes like that on the anti-mage. The enemy team is still winning, but as long as you get farm on Kuman, that's the name of the game, dude. Just 4-1. Not much else you can do. What you do when you play an anti-mage. Or Mars, though. Silence, stuck. Burrow Strike, they can hit him from behind. Io joins in, and Shackles will guarantee. The moment that as Mars you try to leave and the stupid Shaman comes from behind, Shackles you, you go, alright, I'm done. I'm absolutely done. Wanna die. It's such an annoying thing, because you're trying to create space so desperately, you have to really play to the edge. Oh no! An anti-mage hit by the Dragon Tail. That's actually a counterspell, but Melis was guessing where he was going to blink. Can he catch him with a Burrow Strike? He's decided to go for the easier kill on Lil. The relocate will bring him back as they finish off Lil. And can they turn this into at least an objective? Seems like they're looking for stacks instead. Yeah, they found at least a stack. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. They did find a stack there. They don't seem to want to really take it. Interesting relocate choice. I guess, I mean, if it's off cooldown, might as well, right? Even if it's a support kill. You know the AM can't really propose many things. That was a really spiteful Dragon Tail, dude. Why'd you have a Dragon Tail to creep? He was dead anyway. Interesting. Oh, because you didn't want the creep to go back to the camp, right? And then you have to go chase after it. And then, okay, no. Interesting. As long as these small plays like these, which I look at them and I go, what was that? And then I realize, wow. Pros think about some odd things, dude. And not odd in the wrong sense. I mean, like, odd, like, wow, the limits of efficiency, man. Snakes dropped on the edge of the pit. Interesting choice. Actually, good Snakes placement there, because they still hit the Roshan, but they give you vision outside the pit, so it's pretty useful. We need to keep a support there. Let's say it's Melis, who is charging the Epicenter. Epicenter a bit too slow. Unfortunately, the Solar Bind makes it impossible. Finger of Death. Melis still surviving. Instead, they're going for the AM, but Kuman is capable of getting away. Nice cancel the Shackles with Waning Rift there from behind. Young G was expecting that to happen, but Desperate wants to punish him for this. And the second BKB finally wasted, but that's going to guarantee a kill on Young G. So it's totally worth it as PuckChamp get rid of the enemy mid laner. They're looking for the second Space Creator. It's going to be Resolution. He activates the Arena of Blood, but immediately the Shackles. Oh, Red Bull. He absolutely hates the Shaman in this game. Shaman has been the bane of his existence. What will win? The literal Roman god of war, or some dude that sings incantations and summons snakes? Pretty much a glorified snake charmer with like ropes. The snake charmer, guys. That's why India's still a country and the Roman Empire died, right? You gotta think about it. So you gotta consider these things, right? Desperate in the bottom lane. Oh, they just destroyed Lil, but that's just Lil? Another relocate just to murder Lil, huh? So now they've done this twice, right? You can argue that, yeah, they're going for support kills, but they clearly see a value in Lil above being a simple support and simply a kill. So you can argue that this value could be his counter pushing, because obviously this counter pushing and this cutting of lanes is making it really difficult for PuckChamp to finish the game, which is what they want to do as soon as possible. So that's going to be a point to be made. Another point to his value would be the recall, right? Recall makes it so that your relocate doesn't seem as powerful because it can do the same thing. I think that might be the line of thinking for PuckChamp. Or maybe they're just going, haha, free kill, right? It could also be. But I like to think that there's much more logic behind it. I like to think that they see a value in Lil that we don't see immediately as a support. Look at that, they see Lil and they just, maybe Lil just stole their lunch one day and they just hate him. And one day they were playing a pub together and Lil just ruined it because they saw Lil and Krillak just turned on the turbo and just chased after him. Absolutely hating Lil, huh? I think the tier 2, bottom lane, there's still a fight though going on. They actually forced the Anti-Mage to retreat, nice. Anti-Mage was actually doing a bit of split pushing. Good Lotus Storm to return the Earth Spike, and that might just be what kills Vanscore. Alright. That Lotus Orb actually killed Vanscore. Melis held on to the last second. Earth Spike does have pretty long cast animation, so you can return it easily.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower. DP
with a simple Glimmer Cape. We already saw that this was the MVP of the first game of the series, guys. Glimmer Cape wins games, so I think it's a really good choice. I love how the DP built exactly the same as made as a 5, right? But 5 just goes for the cheaper items. Like, I need save, guys, but I can't afford a Yule, so I'm gonna go Glimmer Cape, you know? I need to have more healing. I mean, I would love to go for like a Heaven's Halberd or something like that, but I can only go for a Holy Rocket, right? And that's just the +5 DP is like a thrift store DP. Astral in the bottom lane will die to Kuma. That's a nice little kill, actually. I guess a Shaman is a bit difficult to really catch the AM. You kind of have to hex him into shackles. But Counterspell gives you, I think, enough invulnerability to just murder Shaman, right? Before he can even get his hex off. And both Hex and Counterspell are 0 cast point spells, so it's very difficult to try to counter the Counterspell with a Hex. Like, you have to come from out of vision. If he finds you, it's just difficult. Especially because against an AM, you can't really consider vision very often unless he's like free farming and he feels super safe and somehow he doesn't blink around the whole time. Like, you need to guess preemptively where he's gonna blink and then surprise him with a Hex, or alternatively you need your own blink so you can catch up with him. Because most of the time you're doing the catching up to get to an AM, which is why the Shaman seems like a really good counter to AM, and he is in the fight. But to catch him and murder him is not that easy, especially alone. Right? You need someone to go with you. Top tier 1, not that big a deal, as long as you take bottom tier 3, which it seems like it's falling. Seems like bottom tier 3, there we go. Now, as you can see, Io, yes, he's joining with his creep, but he's also joining with the DK, and they're taking advantage of the creep of the Helmet of the Dominator for the Boots of Travel. Full efficiency, honestly, on this build. Every time I watch these guys play the IO carry, it just seems like this is... I mean, obviously Krillak loves it, but it's clearly, to me, a hero they've practiced so much. You see all these small synergies between the team. All these things they thought of. Like, for example, why does the Boots of Travel build on SK? I mean, yeah, it's a good build on Sand King, but it's not the most common build. Probably because of the Helmet of the Dominator, I'm not gonna lie. Why do you pick a DK? Well, probably because it combines with the IO. It's all these small things that make the IO carry much better on this team than others. It's very similar to when I was seeing, like, for example, OG play the Alpha off lane, where it seems like they noticed a lot of the intricacies of the Alpha off lane much more so in other teams. And you can see why it was so successful. Comment, yeah, he can't even counter the end. Counterspell lasts too long, you lose 2 support. Kuman, he did go for the Scotty immediately after the Manta, so you're tanky enough. You can actually kind of fight sort of here. Melis coming in with the Epicenter, wasted, not that big a deal though, because Epi's not that important. They go for the Coddle first! Murder Lil, hate Lil. This guy, I'm telling you, he ruined your puppet for it. Something happened. They just see Lil and their eyes turn red. Blood rage happens. They just want to murder Lil at all costs. They're going to go for the second support on Vanscore, and he's going to die to the Spirit. It's not even trying for this one. Almost like a collateral damage. Assault Caress almost completed on Desperate. That's a nice little dragon too. And desperate as the BKB. He seems to want to fight this. He knows the AM can't quite kill him, especially with the BKB. They find the Mars and kill him immediately. Kuman, though, has time to get away. Also, get enchanted quiver, but he gets hit by the Dragon Tail. Any other follow stumps, Burst Strike is available, but unfortunately, the range was not there. So I think it might have been on cooldown, actually, on Melis, as he was just getting there. So unfortunately, they can't chain stun the AM, and he can get away. They also use the Dragon form, so at least you should take a tower mid as a result. Take advantage of this Dragon form.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Go for the racks down bottom. That's pretty okay. The Solar Bind annoys him because it does burst the damage. It helps people burst them easier, right? But with the BKBs, with the help of the IO, it's just not that big a deal anymore. Now that the IO, especially because the overcharge, amplifying healing, right? It synergizes nicely with DK more so than before. Because before, damage reduction was nice for a DK, but sometimes it got wasted, the overcharge. In the sense that if they were hitting you with certain sources of damage, like physical, for example, damage reduction on physical damage on a DK seems overkill. Whereas healing, it's useful against any side kind of damage. Physical, magical, otherwise. So even if AM manages to actually deal some damage to DK despite his armor, because of course Mana Break is also physical, still useful to have the overcharge up. But its energy is so high here. The DP will die. That's Arena Blood used just for the DP. They did hex up the DK. They seem to want to fight this. And the AM is stuck. He actually can't get away. Too many stuns. The chain stunning the AM was super easy for them. It seems like he was a bit too confident. I just bursted him down. Kaio has a very classic build now on Krillat, which is the Kaya and Sanj. Adds to his damage a bunch. Melis does get hexed up. Not that they can do anything to follow up with it. Burst Spike as well, but Melis should be able to just get away with the Burst Strike. Has Lotus Orb to dispel a Solar Bind, and DK actually walks in, finishes the line. Do not touch my Melis. And with this, they take down Vanscore, and probably a tower as well. AM is down for 50 seconds. You might be able to take both racks. I don't know, you push quite fast. You just got the Assault Cuirass as well. You deal a fair amount of damage. The DK will just continue to go top. Yes, 30 seconds, dude, until HellRaisers is back with their AM. I mean, they can sort of fight this with the Arena, maybe, in the Dream Coil. They gotta try. If you lose the Rex now, you don't have buyback on the AM. It's not like it's a choice here. Oh, you have the Glyph. Okay, that's 5 more seconds. You might just barely make it. Another stack of Overcharge, though. Esper will continue to have this Dragon form. They also drop the Snakes. They're going to commit to this. At this point, you might as well. Exorcism has been dropped as well. Okay. These racks are most likely going to fall, if anything, to the Snakes. AM, 5 seconds. For those 5 seconds, the last 5 seconds that you'll ever have racks again. That means Mega Creeps are up, and PuckChamp super comfortably staying in the enemy base because they know they can. Just keep up the pressure. AM is one of the better heroes to deal with Mega Creeps, but better heroes does not mean that he can win it easily, right? Still with a 20k difference, minute 30 as well. It's quite early for Mega Creeps.
I'll take your tribute.
Daedalus gonna be the next item for TK. It's tough. I mean, what I had said in the draft kind of happened, right? Where it's like, yeah, if HellRaisers makes it to this point of the game where the aim is farmed enough, they should be able to win. But because you had to sacrifice so much along the way, like maybe I underestimated the IO versus the AM core. I'm not gonna lie, I underestimated I didn't see the DK synergy, so that was a bit of a misanalysis on my part. Because the DK allowed you to have much more late game viability. So even when Kuman kinda could fight, he still needed more items to realistically fight this. But honestly, PuckChamp just played this early game so wonderfully. I would never want to fight against this team with an IO as a core, dude. They're so scary with the IO core. They make things work that just really shouldn't work. Because Krillat is so consistently good on this hero. They make very few mistakes. The only mistakes they had here are mainly communication errors, and those are easily fixable, honestly. It's just about a team being more vocal. I don't think HellRaisers made that many mistakes either, to be honest. Maybe 1 or 2 misplays, particularly our Rezo and his Mars. But Rezo was just in a very desperate spot, right? He lost his lane so hard and just needed to try to make something happen with the Mars. Mars is not a good hero to play from behind, so it sucks to be in that position. So it's hard to say, did HellRaisers make mistakes? Well, they were kind of forced to it, right? if PuckChamp makes no egregious mistakes with a faster tempo lineup, you're just gonna win. That's the nature of Dota. When you draft late game versus early game always wins unless early game makes mistakes. Even if you draft the perfect late game lineup, even if you play the best game of your life, you will still lose. It's not up to you. Astral, okay. He will die first. He did have a big KB. He had to waste it for that. They actually lose their 2 supports relatively early. But here comes IODK, the combo of death. Can they win this fight? Them two alone with the help of Malice and Epicenter. It seems like for now, they're accomplishing it. They've at least kicked the AM out. The Americans starting to pile on the base. They've managed to kill the Lion. They forced the buyback, but they're going for the Roshan first. They now have the complete map control, so they're not too worried about losing these fights. Even if that wasn't the best trade, it's still okay for them. All they wanted is the map control and Roshan.
Regeneration.
And now with this, the Roshan... well, I mean, Kuman steal this. Oh, Earth Spike. Van score. Only hit the TK. You see a Kobold with a burst. Sorry, tanking. TPing to him, but Malice immediately stopped with a Hex. Still okay. First strike. Actually countered by the counterspell there. Malice will fall. Little Earth Spike on the IO. Desperate though, does murder Van score relatively easily with the last remnants of his dragon form. They did win the Aegis though. Or they took the Aegis banner. They didn't win it. They took the Aegis, they beat the Roshan. It's all up to them. Maker's still pouring into your base. I mean, I commend you for trying though, because AM is a hero that can deal with Mega Creep somewhat. Heart's complete on the IO though. They have Exorcism level 2 still. They call it. They say Etagege. If you don't speak Russian, this is GG. Or this GG, rather. Russians don't use the is. They don't use the to be verb very often. Usually just the dash. Dream Coil here. Okay, they lose the DP again. Not that they care. Can someone kill a DKIO? Someone needs to murder Desperate. He does not care about anything Kuman could possibly do. It's just tickling him. Just tickling him. IO and DK have discovered what true immortality feels like. The Arena of Blood, though, to finish off Astral. And again, it's just Krillin and Desperate solo winning this game. At no point in this game could HellRaisers truly touch them. And PuckChamp just take this game with a really solid combo of IO plus DK. That's why you don't let them take the IO. This is why they have such a good win rate on this hero. That's why I keep saying that they're such a well-known team for their IO carry. That's an impressive play style by them. So congratulations for PuckChamp. A very... Yeah, I see. Game plan is out of date. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. We're going to update afterwards. PuckChamp takes a really good game number 2. And game number 3. Incredibly solid performance in both game number 1 and game number 3. We saw a really peculiar draft in game number 2 by HellRaisers, which I think should be commended. I mean, their Bounty Hunter plus... what was it? The idea of Bounty Hunter plus Enigma Jungle was a really good idea, and it worked out. And I love when teams try out things and it works out for them. I think it speaks a lot about them. But unfortunately, that game number 2 was just a special game. Overall, PuckChamp seems like the more consistent team. There's a reason why they made it to Division 1, whereas HellRaisers just could barely make it, being beat by PuckChamp in the DPC particularly. So, congratulations to PuckChamp. Very well-deserved victory. We're going to take a small break before the last game of the day. We're going to move regions from Eastern Europe to Western Europe, and now we're going to be casting Viking GG versus Hellbear Smashers for the last game of the day. Hope you guys stay in the channel. Of course, follow us. My name is Mr. Owl Plus. You can see here below me. You know, feel free to follow me on Twitter if you enjoyed the cast. And of course, you follow this channel if you enjoyed the tournament in general of Snow, Sweet Snow. We'll come back in around 10 minutes with the next game of the day. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you guys then. Until next time. Hello, guys, and welcome back. We're here with the last match of the day for Snow Sweet Snow. I know, a bit of sadness in between, but of course, the excitement to know that we get to watch Hell Bear Smashers versus Viking GG. That's right, boys. We're down to Western Europe. We get to watch some of the top teams, some incredible players. I mean, what else could you ask for, right? One of the teams that made it just now into the upper division, Hellbear Smashers. One team that unfortunately went down to the lower division, Viking GG. We're seeing Viking GG, which now has officially replaced Kezu for Toby. Toby for Kezu. So Toby no longer in the team. Sad, but happy to see Kezu getting opportunity here. And with an incredible lineup here on Viking GG, almost exclusively new. Whereas Hellbear Smashers, very different, right? We have a good little mix here of old and new players with Rasmus and Ace. Rasmus being Misery, by the way, in case you guys didn't know, and Ace being quite veteran players. Stormer and Gilger being in the scene for a fair amount, but usually never getting the time to shine, right? Never really having the chance. And then Tofu, honestly, completely new, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, right? Maybe I've seen him in some like tier 3 teams, but I know he's a really good punch player. Besides that, this team is a really interesting mix, right? Of a strong captain in the form of Misery, a very solid carry, an ace with a peculiar playstyle, and Stormer, Gilger, and Tofu to like really round them up with some strong mechanical young players. Particularly Gilger stands out to me. He's just been a really, really solid player. I mean, if you're a fan of Bulldog Stream, you know Gilger, of course, but to me, he's just been a standout player because of his performance has been almost always solid. I feel like he complements the team really well for being the 4 that like, him and Tofu are kind of like the baseline for the team. They make the team proper. They always work. They always have a support duo that's decent. They're good playmakers. They have a wide variety of roles. Stormer kind of fulfills a very different role where he's like a bit of a limited hero pool in the mid lane, but the heroes that he does play, Invoker particularly, are really scary. We see Viking GG, they banned the Invoker, dude. They don't even care what they're going to pick. They just banned the Invoker, just in case. I think that's pretty appropriate, I would say, this game. So here, Viking GG, Rubik Tusk Control Warlord at the start, and Hellbear Smashers will be going for a Tidehunter and a Death Prophet. Okay. For this start, Viking GG, yeah, I like it. I mean, it's consistent. Same with Hellbear Smash. Nothing too special just yet, right? I like the Tide pick early. I think the Troll is the best answer to Tide. Tide has been really powerful because he's, I think, the only offlaner that can realistically deal with the Wraith King. You pick Wraith King. Most offlaners, they tie with him or they lose. Tide actually wins that lane. So that's amazing. And nowadays, people have discovered that if you play Tide if you actually go Gush level 1, right, you can pretty much win even bad matchups. Like we've seen Tides recently, playing with the right supports, of course, beat Medusas, beat HellRaisers, just because the Anchor Smash got a little bit of a buff in terms of the range, and of course because of the power of the power of the offensive Tidehunter with a Gush, right? Really nice with certain supports. Also, Misery, a pretty stellar Tidehunter. Back when Misery used to play 4 and 5, you guys remember those times, which he played for a really long time. He is one of the few 4/5s because he played a bit of a mixed role. He never really settled on 5 or 4. He kind of played a double position. And he was one of the first, or one of the more consistent supports to play Tidehunter still in the support position, right? Well after Tidehunter support was even viable or a good pick. So I really like seeing Misery, or again, Rasmus. I'm going to call him Rasmus from now on. I really like seeing Rasmus on the Tidehunter as well. I think it suits his offlane playstyle as well, the kind of consistent playstyle. I think when you give a Tidehunter or these kind of heroes that have good team fight, and it's all about the patience and knowing when to initiate, to more veteran players like Rasmus, you get some really good results. Because these heroes, it's not about mechanical skill. It's not about, properly positioning yourself or anything like that you might lose with time. It's all about the patience that only a veteran can actually acquire, and the patience that you can see in the top tier players that have been in the scene for a really long time. And it's going to be a treat. I see Gilgar Marana. That's always nice. And it looks like Tofu Death Prophet, though it could be Stormer Death Prophet.